Hi, people. I haven't done this in a while. So I don't know who's going to show up. I did not announce I was going to do this. Hello. I see I have at least one viewer. I don't know who you are, though. Oh, 999. It's some witch. There's Carrie and Barbara. Hi, Katie. How are you? Hi, Ashley. Desiree. How are you guys doing? Actually, I'm getting more people than I thought I would. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Jessica. Hi, Julie. Hi, Nora. I just decided to come on and I know I'm on Kitty and Billy. Hi, Jason. Long time no see. Hi, Lauren. Hi, Carrie. So I decided, okay, I'm coming back as Kitty. I'm going to do more Kitty work. And I'll be honest with you. I I just don't like doing the makeup. It's just the makeup's a lot. It's a lot. So no sleep waiting for these devils to call me. Oh my god, Carrie, you've been through it. So I just came on to talk shit. We can talk about whatever you guys want while I practice some makeup. I'm only gonna do my eyes. So hi Nancy. I'm doing good. I got a pork butt roast in the crock pot. That is awesome. That's always like so simple. I love crock pot meals. They're so easy. They're so easy. You should have shaved then. No, Carrie, I'm not going to do my face. I'm going to just do my eyes. And Carrie, I don't know if you've noticed, I always shave. I've been shaving my eyebrows. Hi, Christina. Oh, thank you, Jessica. You're sweet. Um, no, I've been shaving my eyebrows off, but they're growing back. I've decided, as Hagatha, I don't have to shave my brows, so why am I shaving them? And I decided since I'm going to be doing Kitty again soon, I'm going to go back into the old gluing routine. So good. Oh, thank you, Patty. You're sweet. So, my eyebrows are growing back and I like them. I've been missing them for a while. So, I just use the Elmer's glue stick and you kind of go over your brows. I don't have that many brows right now because they're starting to grow back. So they're really kind of thin and sparse. But anyway, this is a tip for you guys. If you ever want to cover your eyebrows up, you just put some Elmer's glue on them. So just slather on the glue. Go backwards and forwards. You want to get under all the hairs. This would be good for Halloween. You know, if you want to do like some big clown brows or something, and you could, or like big like evil like arched eyebrows, which I love. You just put the glue on it, let it sit there. Let them, push them down a little bit, and you'll do like 3 layers of this if you want to. If you want it to be good, you'll do at least 3. Hi, Jody. Wait, Carrie said I did notice that, and then slagging on the face. You know what? I'm just while I like being Kitty because people listen to Kitty and Kitty's really kind of like myself. The makeup is just killing me. So I kind of get irritated with doing makeup. So today I'm going to be working on a more natural look so I could just do it and be done with it and not be bothered with it. Hi, Wheelchair Girl. I hope you're doing well. If you people don't know Wheelchair Girl, she's a friend of mine from Hagatha. She is pregnant. She's been having a couple pregnancy scares. The baby wants to come out. And it's like, no, baby, you got to stay in there. She's a great girl. Anyway, Wheelchair Girl is going to have a virtual baby shower. It's non-toxic glue. She's going to have a virtual baby shower on the 14th. Or is that still what's going on, Wheelchair Girl? Hi, Axel. Yes, I love a good glue. Yeah, so I'm probably just not gonna I'll probably do it half-assed today since it's not really going to be like camera makeup. So how are you guys feeling about this whole election thing? Or if you don't even want to talk about it. So love you, Kitty Hogatha. You're the best ever. Oh, thank you, Gay. You're sweet. And, I know I did not select my Hogatha group. I selected my Billy group, my Billy page, and my Kitty page. If this is streaming in. Also, my Kitty YouTube channel. And I do notice I have some YouTube people. Yeah, Julie, you said, Rachel, where's your wrench? I have no moderators for Kitty. I've had no need for Kitty moderators. Wait, hey, first time seeing Kitty. Really, Lucy? Lockdown in the UK is bullocks. Oh my God, you know what, Pickle? I have friends in the UK and they're really pissed off because they are back in lockdown and they had to cancel all of their vacation plans. That really sucks. And also, I have a friend who is just flying to the UK right now. He has a job out there. I was just informed by another friend. And I believe that if you show up in the UK right now, you have to go through a 14-day quarantine. I'm not sure. Hi, Angie. Jody, are you in the UK? Or are you guys quarantining Americans and other foreigners? Oh, Martin, thank you. I know a lot of you probably aren't really. If some of you are from Hogatha, you're probably not used to me right now. But I got my Hogatha shirt on. Look. Really, Pickle? You're quarantining everybody. So yeah, I don't know. I think my friend who's flying over there is probably going to be quarantined and not be happy. Okay. I'm going to do one more layer of glue on my eyebrows. You know what? And didn't the WHO just come out? They just came out and said that quarantines are not necessary and quarantines are not healthy. They just came out with that. And I thought we were supposed to follow the science, aren't we? Aren't we supposed to be following the science? That's all we keep hearing. Follow the science. Well, let's follow the science. Quarantines are bad. I mean, come on. The smarter of us already knew that. But whatever. You can kind of lick your finger. Hey, Teresa, how are you, dear? Okay. If you lick it's all non-toxic. It's for kids. Okay, so it doesn't matter. If you wet your finger, it kind of will smooth it down. The glue. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Nora. If any of you follow me on Twitter, my Twitter account has been hacked. I don't know how I have notified that. And see, what really makes me mad is I really do reach a lot of people through Twitter. And my video about kids doing drag has basically gone viral. And it's being seen and it's still being spread like wildfire. And a lot of it's gone everywhere. I've been getting messages from all over the world. South America, Mexico, the UK, all over the UK. It's a big deal. The whole drag thing in children, it really is a big deal to a lot of people. And I've reached a lot of people through my Twitter. And yes, I tried to log on one day and I couldn't. It got locked out. Somebody's picture has replaced my picture. But the funny thing is, I don't think they've been doing anything with my account. That's the odd thing. So I've notified Twitter, but it's been like 4 days and they still haven't gotten back to me. Oh, thank you, Wheelchair Girl. This might be a silly question, but what are you doing with the glue? Charlene, I've been shaving my eyebrows for a while so I can do the drag stuff, but I kind of got sick of not having eyebrows. So I've been letting them grow out. The glue, what it does is it glues the eyebrows down flat And then once they're dry, you can put makeup over it and it will hide your eyebrows. And then you can draw new ones on. And when I do a girl, I go slightly higher. It's more feminizing if you go higher and arch them. Yeah, Twitter is a hellhole. It is, but you know what? It was Twitter. Wait, they're spamming Bitcoin and Elon Musk. Really? Oh, they posted a bunch of spam. See, they know I have a lot of followers. So, well, I mean, I do. I mean, I have over 7,000. I think I had 7,600. That's not like the most, but it's still enough to advertise, So if they can get in there, and I'll be honest with you, the password was kind of simple. So you guys, so what I did was, as soon as I knew I was hacked, I went to my other social medias and I switched my passwords. Okay, they're spamming Bitcoin and Musk. So they're pretty much like, it's like stock stuff, like investment stuff, which is so funny because I've just been getting into stocks and investments, which is, it's just so funny, you guys. I see this all over TV where they're saying the stock market is not an indication of a good economy. Well, you know what? They would love to tell you that because they don't want you involved in the stock market. I actually, once I became unemployed, I got involved in the stock market and I've made money. Like, it's I don't want to say it's easy. You just have to pay attention. But I'm sorry, I'm getting some powder real quick. But it's like, I don't know. It's like they kind of make you think, oh no, it's for the rich. No, it's not. You can get into stocks for $1. You really can. I don't know why they would discourage people. Why would they tell poor people that you can't get into the stock market? Because you can. There are stocks for everybody. There are stocks that are less than $1. Okay. When Amazon started out, I think their stocks were $20. They're now over $3,000. So just imagine if you bought $100 worth of stock, you would have had 5 stocks at $20. Each stock right now, you would have 5 stocks worth over $3,000. So don't let the media tell you it's only for rich people, because it's not. Okay, so I'm just pressing powder into the glue. The glue is still tacky. Okay. Hi from Birmingham. Hi, Craig. Hi, Kitty. I'd like to chat with you sometime, maybe email. Okay, I'll go back into this chat and I'll get that email. Hold on. I can't really copy your email address. I'm not trying to convert you or anything like that. I just want to chat with you about maybe having you on my show. Thanks. I cannot stick around. David, are you the guy from Twitter, the Catholic guy that we spoke to briefly? Yeah, stocks can be exciting. I got it through my work. Yep, I buy stocks and I'm not rich, right? The media will tell you that only rich people, that's a rich man's game, and it's not. Trust me, it's not. They just don't want you in there, so you can't get rich. They want all the money. I've made thousands in the past 4 months, right, Kelly? I've made $2,000. And that's with unemployment. Okay, David. Yeah, I did try to connect you on Twitter. Yeah, my Twitter account's been hacked. I don't know how long it's been hacked. Well, it's been hacked for at least a week. But yes, I did. I have neglected my messages, so I have not been reading messages. The problem is I have too many social media going on, and it gets a little overwhelming, and then you forget where you talk to people. And okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to brush this off. Okay. Okay, that's good enough. I mean, it's not like perfect, but for what I'm doing today, it's good. Okay. Oh my God, David, you're an ex-trans Christian and you have a show. That would be very interesting. David Arthur Alphabet Man. Um, okay, David, you can reach me at I'll type it in. Okay, you can reach me here. Okay. Yeah, you do. Thanks. I have to run. Please try to email me. I will. I invest in index fund that mirrors the S&P 500. Broad market index funds are the best. I do. Yeah, I do both. I'll do like ETFs, which are like, they 3 times stuff, which it's hard to explain to people who don't know what it is. You too, David. Thank you. So anyway, I used to date a stockbroker, and he used to tell his clients not to buy certain stocks just so he could. Right. I know that. Right. I mean, rich people aren't stupid. They aren't. I mean, they're survivors, just like, like shady poor people who like, steal shit too. The rich people are going to steal the stocks for themselves. So yeah, don't listen to them. Your voice is sometimes reminiscent of the teacher from Beavis and Butthead, and I'm not. You know what, Wendy? That's what people tell me as Hogatha. They like when I talk like this. They really like it. Um, yeah, I've heard that before. I'm not offended. Um, I'm really, really hard to offend. I really am. I mean, you know what? When you were raised in a time where it wasn't so friendly, nothing's really offensive. It really isn't. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to put I'm going to cover kind of just my whole general eye area with foundation. I'm not doing the rest of my face. The color that I'm doing, if I could find it, which I can't. What do I do with it? Okay. I'll just do this. It's called Female Fair. I like a color called Male Fair. It's a little darker, but oh well. Okay, here we go. So first I'm going to go over the brows and kind of let it sit there. I'm just going to cover just the eye area. Are you just doing kitty for practice, or do you? No, yeah, I'm just practicing, but I have an idea for a show that I'm going to start doing regularly as kitty. My problem is I don't want to do all the makeup, so I'm kind of trying to do a simpler makeup, which would probably just consist of eyelashes. But I mean, I don't have an overly masculine face anyway. Like my eyes have always been, kind of sparkly and big. And so that's half the job right there is having pretty eyes. But I kind of want to be kind of stripped down. I mean, I still want to do drag, but I don't want to be doing makeup for 3 hours. So I think I could simplify it a little bit. No offense, but you look good as a guy too. Oh, thank you. No, I'm not offended. I'll never be offended if someone says I'm good looking. No, you know what? You know what it is? I think there's sort of this gap. Or maybe people don't understand me. I am a man and I live as a man and I enjoy being a man. I just like to do makeup, I like to do makeup. And and just because I'm a gay man doesn't mean I want to be a woman. You know what I mean? I think there's this misconception. And I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, but I kind of think that people are kind of just sort of bypassing men who like to do drag and going right into trans issues. And no, there are masculine men who are gay who just enjoy doing it as for art. I think people where they're getting lost in the whole LGBTQ XYZ acronym, they're sort of forgetting that it's an art. Drag is an art and not a lifestyle, but people have turned it into a lifestyle. I'm not that person. Maybe that's something that's going to die with my generation. I don't know. Some of us enjoy being men. We like it, and we like the illusion of makeup. Oh, thank you, Erica. Yeah, Wendy, I'm the same way. I've lost friends, and that's fine. If you lose friends for being yourself, that's great. You know why? Because now you have room for people who will accept you for who you are. So, my eye, are they called Tahoe blue? Billy, I have the hardest time understanding why people are so confused by Hoggy. It's hilarious to me. Me too. Um, the other day I had a guy on the show called Sheriff Hunter. We didn't have it out. I understand he don't understand what Hagatha is. And I eventually ended up just deleting him from the show. But anyway, we talked privately. He's actually a very nice guy. And I'm going to have him back on my show tomorrow. Because I think people will really respect what he does. But we completely understand each other now. He really didn't understand what I was doing. And I understand why he didn't understand what I was doing because of what he does. And I will clear that up tomorrow on the show when I have him on there. Marcus says, oh, I know who you are. I recognize your picture. What do I think about beards in drag? It's not really my thing. I mean, you know what's so funny? It's like we're kind of made to believe in life we can no longer dislike something, because if you dislike something, it means you hate it. And then if you hate it, that means you're phobic of something. And so I hate that crap. But anyway, I'll just say it. No, I don't like beards and drag. I just don't like it. I don't think it's attractive. The show, Marcus, is my Hagatha page. I do it every Wednesday and Sunday. See, my eyebrows are on. Well, kind of. But anyway, no, I don't. When it comes to beards and drag, I honestly thought it was comedic. I thought it was comedic, and I didn't take it seriously. But people want it taken seriously, and I just don't like it. You know. Right, Allison. Right, Allison. You're absolutely right. And I know that he had some supporters in the chat during the show, but we don't know what he does. And people were sort of looking at him through the eyes of Hagatha, and Hagatha's offended by everything. So I know he wasn't treated well, but he's a good sport, and so am I. And we talked about it, and we have a great understanding, and I think he's a great person. And we'll talk about what he does. I live for when people don't understand Hagatha. Well, yeah, it's funny because it's sort of, no, Zen, I'm not going to do my whole face. I'm just doing my eyes because everything else is simple and easy for me. My eyes take me a long time, and I'm trying to just do something simple. So when I do Kitty, it isn't so much of a chore. What did you put above your brows? I just used my makeup. I put it all around here. I put extra coverage on my eyebrows, but to glue my eyebrows down, I just used an Elmer's glue stick. You know. There it is. Oh, thank you, Crystal. You're sweet. But no, I'm not going to shave. But yeah, when I do Kitty, I will shave. Hagatha, I don't have to shave, but I'm going to start getting back into Kitty because Kitty talks about issues that Hagatha can't. And a lot of people miss Kitty, and I kind of miss being myself, where Kitty is myself, just with a mask of makeup on. And it's also excuse because I like doing makeup on myself, not necessarily others. You know why I don't like doing makeup on others is because I'm such a people pleaser, and I don't like it if they don't like it, or if they. It's my own problem. But anyway, What's your favorite brand of makeup? Kelly, right. You know what I do? You know what? I've never been a brand person. I just because I've never had the money really to buy designer or expensive brands. But I did buy this. I think I got this at Ulta, or it's made by Makeup Revolution. And I actually love their eyeshadows, and I love their lip colors too. Um, I don't know, where's my favorite lip color. You know who makes great lip colors and it's cheap as hell is it's called Knick Knack. They're like lip creams. I really like them, but if you want it to if you want one to stain your lips, that's the one. It takes me forever to take the color off of my mouth. Oh, thank you, Lynn. You're great. My brows are messed up from over tweezing, so I'm learning how to make them look fuller. Oh, check this out. If you want them to look fuller, I have this this pencil. Well, it's by NYX. If it will. Now I know why people put their hand behind the product. Look at it's such a thin tip, and it's more like an ink. It's not a waxy pencil, but you can make thin little hairs, and with practice you can do it really quickly. But it makes it look realistic hair strokes. I should try Tarte makeup. When I was in cosmetology school, I hated doing makeup and updos, right? I do have my license. I got my license to be a cosmetologist. It was my dream. When I was a kid, it was my dream. It didn't happen for me until I was 40. Well, from 20 to 40, I changed a lot. And I did not like doing hair or makeup on other people because it's almost like, not that it's bad. I mean, giving someone a personal service is very nice, but I felt like there were some people who wanted you to be like a servant or go above and beyond you just doing their hair or makeup. There are some people kind of like making you jump through hoops, and it was just uncomfortable. I didn't like it. So, Kitty, haven't seen it. Yeah, Kathleen, I haven't been on, and you know why? Because I'm just lazy with makeup. I'm lazy with the makeup, and right now I'm going to try to do a fast, quick look that'll allow me to get into my kitty role a lot faster. Okay, so I have the liquid or the paste or the cream makeup on, and you always want to put powder over it. I'm going to do a translucent color. Translucent means invisible. Because it will set the makeup. I just use this. It's called Coty. It's old as hell. It's been out since 1935, and every drag queen uses this, or beginning drag queen. But there's some that are old that have been using this for years. So it's a high coverage powder, and it basically just sets your makeup so it doesn't move around. All right. I'm going to brush away the excess. Everyone share, 77 people watching. Oh no, on my end it says 100. If people could like and subscribe, that would be great. You know, it's funny. My kitty page doesn't make any money, but Hagatha does. I have enough people who have watched Hagatha to where YouTube is like, hey, you could start making money now. So I do make a little bit of money on my Hagatha page, but I don't make money on Kitty, but then again, I don't really grow the Kitty page. Okay. Billy Goat Demure. Oh, thank you, Ellison. Vanishing Cream will make you invisible too. Okay. So I've realized I don't really have to do a whole lot of eyeliner because I wear some like mega eyelashes. I just bought these eyelashes. You guys are going to love these. Look how big these are. Like, these are huge. I mean, they were $5. And then I also bought these ones. I'm going to use these for my bottom lashes. These are the ones I usually wear. I'll probably wear these with the other big ones. Because when you're my size, you have to wear a lot of lashes. But the thing with eyelashes is it really sort of It's really the majority of the makeup or the look. Hoggy has made me laugh so many times. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. That's really one of my favorite things is that Hagatha can make people laugh. LOL. I love you. You said only drag queens use it. My son's girlfriend uses it. Are you talking about this? I love makeup. I can't afford. Yeah, I don't either. TJ, yes, they sell expensive brands at Normal. Right, Gray. I do. I'll go there for makeup too. Some people have said it's expired or knockoffs. Yeah, I don't think it's a knockoff. Although, you know what? They did find out if anybody's been to Sand, I can't put on lashes. They're hard, Stacy. They are. You got to practice. Hi, Shannon. They feel too heavy. They can get heavy. Yeah. I know people who wear 4 sets of eyelashes. Do your eyelids ever get muscle strained? No, but you forget about them after a while. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is sometimes I'll use, you know what it is? I think the brush sizes are very important. If you use too small of a brush, then you end up working harder. So I'm thinking of using a brush this size for my eyeshadow. Let me see. Okay, yeah, I'm going to use a brush this size. I know it's large, but it will cover more area. So I'm going to use this to, no, first I'm going to do my light color. Okay, I tend to look best in pinks and purples. Oh, Dante, thank you. I've been watching you in Hagatha ever since people thought they were going to storm Area 51. People are really funny. You guys, you know what's so funny? I wonder how many people have been able to stand back during these last 4 years and really look and see really how entertaining these over dramatic people are. I mean, it's sad that they feel that way, that they've been made to feel that way, but it's so funny how dramatic they are and how over the top they are. You guys have no idea how many times I've been told I'm going to end up in a death camp. For 4 years, I've been told I'm going to a death camp. And I'm just like, are you guys really, really this? So many girls don't define their lower lashes these days. Allison, you know what? It does help. It helps a lot. Yeah, Jean, 4 pairs. I love your channel and your blunt, no BS opinions. You're the... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Genevieve. That's sweet. No, Zen, I have no vodka today. You know what's so funny? You don't say this on Hagatha, but I am trying to live a more healthier lifestyle. Do you know one of the best things I did was to not drink so much coffee? I love coffee, but it has really, I've had horrible times sleeping lately. And the thing is, I don't drink coffee after 12, but even, 9 to 10 hours after I drink my last cup of coffee, I still feel it and it prevents me from falling asleep. So I drink just a small cup of weaker coffee and I feel so much better. You will rest in peace very effing soon. No vodka yet. Yeah, I'm not drinking today. I'll drink his Hagatha because it kind of helps me perform. But if Trump pulls off another one in November, it's going to get even more insane. It will. It will. Stupid grandpa, you mess with my family. Then you mess with me. And who messes with me? They all go effing grave. Are you and Mark really a couple? No, we are a couple. We really are. No, that's not part. I don't, the thing is, Kitty's not an act. Kitty's just a look, but she's not an act. Hagatha is an act. I gave up coffee and it was the best thing I ever did. Yes, it really. Oh, thank you, Lyd. Yeah, don't underestimate coffee. Coffee will ruin your life. It can anyway. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of do a. God, I don't know what color to do out of here. I don't like the colors in there. I'm just gonna do like a light pink everywhere before I get into the crease. Huh? I don't know where are all my pinks at. Hold on a minute. Okay. Let's see. Bust a block. Oh, is Seth being a dick? Like I'm not like I'm really like because I'm not on Hogatha, I'm just assuming everybody has good intentions here. Is he being an asshole? Okay. I don't know. Where is Seth? Where is he coming from? I don't know what platform he's on, but I could tell right now. Where is Seth? What is he saying? Take care of your wife? What the hell is he saying? All right, Seth's gone. We won't be hearing from Seth anymore. All right. Caffeine is deadly. It is. If you're gonna troll, do right. It's just stupid. Like, yeah, it's like he's trolling, and I don't even know he's trolling. So, and I've actually been called the like, I troll the trolls, and I didn't even recognize his trolling. Okay. So I'm just gonna put this pink right here, and notice I'm not really being very neat about it. This color is just called 9. I don't know why I'd be called 9, but let me see. So I'm just like kind of pushing this color on. I'm not brushing it. I'm just pushing it, like stippling. That's the word, stipple. And I'm going to squeeze my brush and go under here. Anything special planned for Halloween? You know what? I'll tell you what's really sad is I have an aunt. I have an aunt who has a world record. She's a boat racer. And she was to be inducted into the Hall of Fame on Halloween, at a show, and the show got canceled because of COVID and the restrictions, and which is really sad because a lot of people spent a lot of money preparing to go to this show, and which is really sad. And she can't do it. And those were my plans for Halloween. We'll probably just stay home and pass out candy. I love caffeine and I do not use sugar anymore. Hi, Melissa. Laura says, hi, please. I don't mean to be stupid, but are you Hogatha as well? Yes. I am Hogatha. You're not being stupid. A lot of people don't know that. That's cool. All right. So now I'm going to, so now that I have that pink on, I'm going to, do this, it's called Mystery, this color. Yeah, she's a boat racer. And do you know what? She can't swim. She's a drag racer, and she can't swim. Which is funny to me. Okay, so I'm going to take this color and I'm going to kind of tap it. See, because I have that man bone right here. I kind of want to round that out. So I use the darker color to sort of aid in that. And then I'm going to place the color, like you see where my eyelid is. I'm not going to do the lid. I'm going to do the area above it. Okay. Complementary colors make your eyes pop. Yep. Yeah, if you have, like my eyes, they're kind of a blue and a green. So I'll use like purples. Purples are good with, that. Reds, salmon. If your eyes are really blue, like champagne and peach, that looks good with blue. How is Gladys doing? Gladys is doing good. I took Gladys. In case you kitty people might not know, Gladys is my mom. That's her character. That's her character on my Hogatha page. But anyway, Gladys is great. She's working. I took her to a Trump event and she loved it. It was near where she lived, and people just kind of show up with their flags and hang out and have a good time and enjoy being in each other's company, since a lot of people have lost their friends and family for their support for the president. So it's a place where people can get together and have a good time and be themselves. So yeah, she loved it. I hope you post pics. That's amazing. Yeah, I'll post some. I went live on there from I went live from the event. Um there's what was I gonna say? We're keeping our eyes open because we think the president will probably end up in Arizona soon. So me and Mark will probably go to another rally if we can. I mean, because we never know. We never know what's going to happen in November. Maybe he won't get reelected. So we want to go. Maybe a last hurrah. I mean, and the thing is, if he's elected, I mean, he's not going to rally after that. He's only going to be president for 4 more years. So, but I suggest if you guys can do it, do it. It's an experience. Did you hear about the 30,000 car caravan in Miami last weekend? It was a pro-Trump anti-communist rally by Cuban. Yes. A lot people have no idea. They really don't. If you just watch, say, like the popular news channels, you have no idea what's going on out there. You really don't. Um, there is so much support. I live in California, and the support is crazy, and they'll never admit it. Never. I did this event in San Clemente the other week. You wouldn't believe the support and the people. And you know what? It's not all white people. That's the funny thing. The media just lies so bad. They lie so bad. They really do. And I never knew that. And I never realized that. And it kind of makes you feel stupid. It like, God, I bought this stuff. No, I bought it for years. I trust me, I only became a registered Republican 4 years ago. And it's like, when I saw what's going on, what I experienced myself, I'm like, God, we've all just been bullshitted. Okay. Okay, so you see this. I'm gonna put a pink on my lid now. So far this has been working out for me. I'm doing my makeup differently, and I'm liking it. Dude in Dalton burnt a haystack that had Biden Harris. It's being charged with a hate crime. Yeah, who said that? Lauren. You do have to get away from the riots because it will just like, it's disgusting. Okay, so I'm going to put this pink glitter here. I kind of feel like this is like little girl makeup, but I don't know. Shiny stuff stands out. Okay, and then I'm going to put like white right here in the corners. It's like a white glitter. Okay. I happened upon your Hoggy show a few months ago. Very impressed. Wow, he's crazy, but I couldn't stop watching. The more I've watched and followed you about you, I'm so impressed and I absolutely adore you. Mark and your mama. Oh, you saw the picture of my Mark and my mom? Yeah, we were in Yucaipa, California. That was a lot of fun. Um, it was more of a small town event, We usually go to bigger ones like the beach, or which one's getting big is in Riverside. That one's getting big. And we were there on Sunday and BLM showed up. And I'll tell you one thing about BLM. They are small in numbers, but they are very confrontational people. and they have no problem invading your space. I'll tell you, our side, the Patriot side, are not like that. We do not invade space. They came over to our side of the street, instead of keeping, in their area to be safe and, get equal messages across. Nope, the police finally showed up. And the police flew drones in the skies watching everything. But yes, the BLM people are dirty. They're just dirty people. They're dirty. We're all sitting there having a great time, listening to music, waving our flags, eating, loving each other. And then BLM is on the other side of the street, miserable. They are miserable people. Okay. Do you ever have a hard time getting out of character? Not really, because I do the character. I've done it. In case some of you guys don't know, I'll do like marathon sessions as Hogatha. I've gone on for 8 hours before. Carrie knows exact. Carrie, if you guys see Carrie on here, she's like sort of my assistant, Hogatha assistant. So she knows all those numbers. I just really kind of just turn on the camera, but she knows all that stuff. She's a bit of a godsend, really, and a lifesaver. You'll see her on here, Kari. That's her, Carrie T, right there. I went 8 hours and 39 minutes one time. They are paid to be confrontational. What it was is they were 3 very young black kids, very young. And they came over just kind of in the middle of all of us, flipping us off and calling us racist. It's like they don't even have any sort of social grace. They don't know how to handle people. They don't know how to deal with people. And they just like barge into our space, calling us all racists and stuff. And it's like, what are you talking about? He's telling black people, there are black people in the group. There are mostly Hispanics, Latinos for Trump. And it's like they're sitting there. I wonder if it dawns on them as they're saying this script that they've been fed over the media for 4 years now. Do they ever look at us and think, wait a minute, there are gay rainbow flags here. There are black people here. Like Mark, he's vaguely black, but he went and he kind of stood up to them because of what they were doing. He made sure he was like protecting everybody and which he's brave for doing that. He is. I wish he wouldn't do it. I'm going to probably tell him that I don't want him doing that, but it's like, cause these people are dirty and, they're calling everybody racist. And at any time did it ever dawn on them that they're telling that to black people, to Hispanic people? It's just weird. It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense at all. So you don't know how to argue with nonsensical stuff. I don't get it. Brainwashed zombies. They are like, all they know is this is really virtually all they do. Throw up their middle fingers and yell racist, racist, racist. And that's it. Like, that's it. It's like, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the way you're feeling. No, it's not about that. They have a script, they stick to it, and that's it. And then if you and we basically laugh at them. And it's sad. Like, I don't know what they think they're doing, but yeah, the young ones, I feel bad for them because they're sort of being led by other people and they're kind of being led in the wrong direction. It is very culty. It is. Okay, so now that I have this shadow on, I'm going to put on some eyebrows. Okay, so I got this pencil, which I love these. They're like pencils, but they're like lipsticks. You know what I mean? You could you turn them and more pencil comes up. Hi, Stacy Reed. I am doing well. I hope you are too. Okay, so now I haven't done a normal eyebrow in a long time. Or a woman brow. So I tend to use like the beauty standard like method. Like you go from like your nose to the colored part of your eye, then up, and that's like the highest arch. That's the arch of your brow. So I just use an envelope. So I'll make a mark right there. And I'll do the other side. And try to get them even. Okay. I can't even to a woman. I can't even to a woman brow. Yeah, yes, you can. Led by the educational system. Yeah, the educational system is awful. If I had a child, I sure as hell would not put them in public education. No way. Okay, so I'm going to do a light stroke up here. I start at a little above my natural brow. I've been used to making crazy Hagatha brows that it's hard to tame myself to just do a feminine brow. Okay. Oh, that's a good tip. Yeah. Oh yeah, homeschooling. Well, see, and that's why I don't understand why the Democrats. Well, now I understand why they're not into school choice. Now I understand that because they want to completely control your child's education. Where Republicans want to say, "Hey, send your child to whatever school you want to go to, and we will pay for it." You know, the federal government will pay for it. But the Democrats don't want that because they want to control the education. And I mean, why should they control your child's education? I mean, if you don't like what they're teaching, you know, you'd send them somewhere else. Okay. I was homeschooled. I'm happy I didn't pluck them out. Oh no, yeah. That's another thing. A lot of women, they pluck their brows, you know, when it was popular to remove your eyebrows or have little thin ones. And then as we age, your skin starts, you know, going down. And then soon that thin little brow is right here. And then you're like, well, God, now I have to really pencil on new brows. Hi there. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope. Oh, how are you, RDC Tarantula? I recognize your name. Oh, Billy, the best thing you purchased was a green screen. I know I'm not using it today, but yeah, I do love the green screen thing. Yeah, I have a lot of fun with that. You can create any, and it's really not expensive, and you can create any environment you want. Well, this is really, these brows are dark. Kitty usually wears blonde hair, but oh well, I'm not going to wear a wig today. Your TV is showing the same thing as mine. Oh, it's the confirmation hearing, right? Yeah. I think Amy is doing a phenomenal job. And I loved it when Amy Klobuchar questioned her because she really kind of came off as stupid. And you're like, well, didn't we dodge a bullet there, you know, as having her as the nominee as president? And you know what irritates me is Amy Klobuchar. And, you know, if she has Parkinson's, then, you know, I don't know that. But her voice is so shaky and it always sounds like she's scared. Amy Klobuchar always sounds like she's frightened or unsure of herself. So yeah, that's not a good choice for president. Ugh, I don't like this at all. Now I know why I shave my brows. She's so classy and you know what? She's so smart and very sharp. They know she'll be a great. They know that she is a good choice for the Supreme Court. They just don't like her politics or her religion. Which I think, you know what, I really think they should be called out on that. She should not be judged according to her religion. I mean, you're not supposed to do that, right? I mean, what irritates me is you got that Ilhan Omar, and if we even talk about her being a Muslim, then you're a xenophobe, which is stupid. But you can question, you know, Amy, you know, Barrett's Catholicism, which is dumb. You know, and I never knew that being a Catholic was so controversial. I mean, I grew up in a Latin family that were Catholics. I don't get it, but whatever. Yeah, I don't like. I'll probably end up shaving my eyebrows off. Um, I went to school with her. She is. She's a dowdy little mouse. Oh, Kathleen, you know Amy. Oh, do you know which Amy? Klobuchar or Barrett? They are going easy on her because they effed. Oh, of course they did. Plus, you know, they don't want to wait. Kind of looks like a sexy Uncle Fester. Oh, Amy Bryant. Amy. Oh, okay. Oh, Amy Kobe Bryant. Craig, absolutely not. No, I take this stuff off. I take this stuff off after I'm done on camera. I don't necessarily like. It's a lot of makeup, so I don't really like wearing a lot of makeup. That's a rough sketch of some brows that are awful. Now what I'm going to do is to try to pop out like my brow bone up there. I'm going to put a light color up there. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll just put like the white glittery color. That's what I'll do. I got to put a white color there. Oh, well, no, I'll just use my highlighter. That's what I'll use. Hello, fellow Mass folk. Oh, Carrie, you got some other Massachusetts people on here. Do you have a skin routine? I really don't. I really don't. Where is the pool table? I think it'd be nice to have a pool table. I don't have one. I'm putting this like really kind of frosty highlighter right here. I've never done it, so I don't know if I like it or not, but we'll see. I hate my eyebrows. I'll just tell you that right now. My skin routine is I wash my face. Hi, Mark. There's Mark right there, everybody. Mark has been in the garage working on his wood.
Polishing my wood.
And it's hot out there. You know, it's so funny. It got very nice here in California.
It was marvelous last week.
It was very nice last week, and now we're hitting back at 100 again. I mean, I know a lot of you probably hate us in California, but we can't wait for cold weather.
Can't wait.
I gotta feed my dog pack. Bye, Xena. Love you too, dear. Jessica, it already looks better than anything I can do. You just saw me slap it on. I do the white because I want you to think that that's my brow bone instead of this being my brow bone. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that brush that I did all this with, and now I'm going to kind of blend this out, kind of into that highlighter, just so it kind of mixes. Everything mixes and harmonizes. Okay, like right here, you see how it's like a line, and here it's more blended. That's kind of what I want to do. I want to blend it. I'm on his kitty today, Mark.
Outstanding.
And people who don't know you, they go, so is Mark really, are you and Mark really together? Or is that part of the kitty act too? I go, oh no, we're a real couple. Yeah. Okay. I need to learn how to use my brushes. Craig says he looks knackered. You're knackered, Mark.
Damn near. It's
Thank-
hot out there.
Yeah, Carrie said hi.
Hi.
Hi, Chelsea. How are you? Oh, Genevieve Vivant says, "Hey, Mark, garage life here too." Haha.
It's a wonderful day in the garage.
It's a wonderful garage day.
It is.
All right, so now I'm gonna take that purple I put up here. I'm gonna also put that under my eyelid, under my eyelash
Would you
line.
like the corn dog?
Yes.
Okay.
Mark is gonna go make corn dogs in our air fryer. I don't know if you guys have an air fryer. We absolutely love our air fryer. This color, it's kind of plum, but it's called mystery. I'm gonna run that under here. And then where the line here, I'm just gonna kind of connect it to that color right there. Okay. I need to learn how to use my brush. Yeah, it does help to know what brush works best. I think I might be Mark in my relationship. Really, Melissa? Do you make corn dogs on your air fryer? I don't know what you know what we really got the cheapest air fryer from Best Buy. So I'll like use this like shadow as a way to reshape my eye. Like if you notice, I don't like the beginning of my eyes up here. I won't go that high up because I want my eyes to look more cat-like. So I kind of fake the line. I bring it down here instead of up here. And I actually could go a lot heavy. I should go a lot heavier with this. I am actually very conservative with my makeup than most performers. My air fryer has been the best thing. I love it. I absolutely love it. You know, I tried to make fried chicken with it and it just didn't work. But what I did was I used that chicken and I made smothered chicken out of it. It was so good. So it was kind of fried. And then I put it in gravy and let it cook in gravy for like an hour. I loved it. It was really good. But if you have like say if you go to Popeyes or KFC or whatever your favorite chicken place is, if you like have leftovers, you put them in the air fryer the next day, it will taste fresh again. It'll taste, don't microwave it, put it in the air fryer. It'll taste like you just bought it again. You know what else is good in the air fryer? You definitely look younger than 50. Oh, thank you. Well, here, let me turn off this light. Maybe I'll look old. It's the same. Thank you for that. No, I mean, somebody asked my skin care routine. I've always taken care of my skin. Like I really have. Like for a guy, you know, I mean, I understand men are probably a little more feminine nowadays, so maybe they're doing it now. The young men are. But like in my day, guys didn't care. I did though, because I read a lot of fashion magazines, and so I understood the importance of like water and moisturizer and sunscreen. So I always use those things. I always use sunscreen. And even just my moisturizer is cheap as hell. It's like oil of Olay. I get it on Amazon, but it has sunscreen in it. I'll tell you one of the biggest things is exfoliating. You always want to like get rid of your dead skin cells. That'll make your skin look crepey and dry. I like to be in the garage, play with wood, and make corn dogs. Melissa, you're Mark. I'm 37, and you look my age up. You know what, Craig? Sometimes I'll tell people I'm 35 just to see if I can get away with it, and they believe it. Especially if I dye my facial hair, like when I do have a fuller beard, I'll color it, and then people will believe I'm 35. Okay, I'm just using the big brush to blend again, and now I don't want that line to be so harsh, so I'm gonna blend that in, and I'll eventually use well, I'm gonna eventually put my fake eyelashes on, and like I really like to avoid using eyeliner because that's really the hardest part for me is the eyeliner. So if my eyelashes are thick enough, I don't even have to wear eyeliner. And that's what I tell women. I go, you get a good pair of eyelashes, that's really the majority of your makeup. Another one of those fucking 50-something-year-old MFers that hasn't tasted WAP in a long time. Tom, what are you talking about? I sing. Hey, if you guys, I don't know if you guys ever, if how many of you watch Hagatha? I sing the WAP song. People love it, and I don't care. I'll say every word too, every word. Okay, so I smudged that purple, and I'm gonna go back in again and define the line again, but this time I'm gonna leave it. Okay. Can anyone tell me what WAP is? Wet ass pussy. Thank you, Donna. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is, I think if you see, like, okay, my eyelid, I'm going to go with the dark purple right above my eyelid to sort of deepen that area. And you know what I said? I said I want to make it simple, and here I am getting more into it. Okay. Slay, Queen, slay. Hi, Lena. How are you? You know, Lena, I'm just doing a little practice. I haven't done my drag makeup in a while, and I'm planning on coming back and doing like online stuff. Okay, I'll tell you you guys what I'm really gonna do is the show that I do on my Hagatha page. I want to bring it to my kitty page. Right now, I do a show where I have people on and we discuss things, and people really like it. And I originally had the idea to do it with Kitty. So I practiced it on Hagatha, and people like it. So I'm kind of getting my feet wet doing it as Hagatha. But on Hagatha, the show is called Hog Trough, which of course is like a feeding thing for animals, a trough. And I eat while I'm interviewing and talking to people, and I encourage them to do it too. Because the thing is, when you eat with somebody, it really kind of lowers their defenses, and it's kind of a more intimate setting. So my idea is to do it for Kitty, but call the show Kitty Chow. And my friend Mario came up with that name, and I thought it was great. So that's kind of the direction I'm going in. I think that'll be fun. Okay. Is WAP the ooey gooey? Yes. Reminds me of the song that Eminem did called Lose Yourself. Hoggis is a genius. Thank you. I appreciate that. Barbara Hogfat, how are you, dear? Barbara Hogfat is a good friend. She's a great friend to Hagatha and Kitty. You guys should check out Barbara Hogfat. Okay. Honestly, that's where I think I'm going to leave my eyes, and that's a lot of drag people would not stop there. But like I said, I'm doing this because I want to simplify the look. I want to be able to do it and not hate getting into doing the process. You don't say anything. Well, Elena, I'm just seeing your comment. Here we go. You guys look. That's Elena right there. Thank you, dear, for every missed compliment that I received. Wait, is Tom being an asshole? Is there a Tom in here being an asshole? Hey, Nick, how are you? Nick is also a friend of Hagatha. Where's Tom? Nobody needs to ask how he's voting. Hey, Tom. Wait a minute, Tom. Are you talking about me? No, go ahead and no, Tom, you tell me who I'm voting for. Tell me who I'm voting for. And I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. Well, first here, let me give you a clue. I got this. All right. I have this. So tell me, who do you think I'm voting for? I want Tom to tell me who I'm voting for. I want Tom to tell me who he thinks I'm voting for. Now, I understand you said how he's voting for, but I understand you meant who. So I'm not going to shame you for using the wrong word. Now, who do you think I'm voting for? If you know anything about me, you know who I'm voting for. Okay, so what am I doing now? All right, eyelashes. So I'm going to put on these are some big crazy eyelashes. Hi, Melissa, how are you? I use this glue. It's really for your head and hair, but it works great on your eyelashes. So I'm going to try on these crazy big eyelashes. Tom, it doesn't take that long to type out a name. Who do you think I'm voting for? Okay. God, these are big. You know, they're big and fluffy. Look at that. Nathan says, prove who you are voting for. How can I prove what I'm voting for? All right. You know what? I could prove to you right now. I can. Because why would I have this? Give me 1 minute. Hold on. These aren't underwear. These are my shorts. All right. So I went to a political event. All right, and I got this sign, okay? All right, so I got that. Does that tell you who I'm voting for? Does that give you an indication, Nathan? Which I don't know. Where did Tom go? I don't know where Tom went. Did he puss out? Okay. Nathan. Linda Jean, I can sell it to you, but you didn't answer the question. Okay. Nathan, Nathan, this is a game you're playing, okay? You want me to prove? I showed you a sign. I'm playing with you, okay? I showed you a sign from a campaign event that I've been to, which I've been to several. So you tell me who I'm voting for. From looking at that sign, who do you think I'm voting for? Nathan, I think you mean DAMN. Okay, hold on. God, these are big. Oh. Wait. I gotta take that off. I gotta move it further out. Look at Nathan's profile pic. Is that Obama when he was young? Yes. I also can't spell. Thanks for picking on me. I didn't pick on you. I'm just saying. I knew what you were saying. Okay. Okay, so this doesn't tell you. Okay, so does this tell you? Ready? Here we go. Does that tell you who I'm voting for? Okay. Or maybe this one. Does this one tell you who I'm voting? These are yeah, these are like official signs. These are official signs that you can only get at a rally, okay? I've been to several of these. Okay. So does that tell you anything? The glue is it's hair weaving bond. I told you already I can't read. All right. All right. So we know Nathan, we know you're an asshole. That's what we know. You're an asshole. Okay. Okay, let me re-glue these lashes. Lauren, you mean penis? All right. Ah. Damn it. I mean, these are really a pain in the ass. Yeah, you can read, but you can't type. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess you think we're stupider than you want us to be. I don't know. I have a feeling he wants to make a sound bite of me saying it, so I'm just not going to say it. That's an eyelash. Hey, Hogs, you reckon your Mr. Trump has a big doodle? No. It's probably an innie. Well, if you can't answer the question, I'm starting to wonder. Oh, Nathan. All right. You could sit and wonder. I don't care. Like, it's funny. He says, I'm going to sit and wonder. Like, do you really think I'm going to be concerned with what you're wondering? Like, you really think I care? All right. That's cute. That's cute, Nathan. All right. Poor Mrs. Trump. You know what? It's rumored that she actually has a boyfriend, which I hope she does. I mean, he's a busy man. He's a very busy man, so I'm sure he can't show Melania all the attention she needs. So that's their marriage, not mine. Just the tip. He's 74. I can guarantee he's not getting big hard-ons anymore. Right. See, Nick really hit something on the head here. Do you know, voting up until 4 years ago, voting actually was a very private thing, and people like voted in secrecy. You know what I mean? Because it was a private matter. But nowadays it's like everything is everybody's business. So because you tell people you're going to vote for, now they have an opinion of you. It's bullshit. She's hot. I'd give her my average manhood. You know what? I guess I really don't care. I guess I don't really look. When I look at Trump, I don't think about his penis. I mean, I know I'm gay, but I just don't automatically think about his penis. And I just think it's odd that people do. It's like, what, do you want it? I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out the fascination with his penis. Okay. The thing with really big lashes, it's really to get them even. It really is a pain in the ass. How long have you been doing it? I've been putting on my makeup for an hour and 20 minutes now, but I've also been doing a lot of talking. Hi, Dem or Dom. I reckon it should look like a boiled sausage. It's probably a Vienna sausage. It probably is an innie. And you know what? This thing, I think I think he doesn't even have time to care about his penis. He might even have a little Asian who gives him a massage and then gives him a happy ending if it gets hard. Thank you, Lauren. Okay. I can't believe so many people are obsessed with his meat. Right. The magic lashes, like the magnetic ones. The thing is, if you notice, you can still see my skin underneath there. I actually put my lashes up a little bit. And then what I do is I'll fill in with the black eyeliner. Like under here. Okay. Back when USA was 13 states, the motto was mind your business, real talk. Well, yeah. My eyes are popping now. Like, I don't know how many of you watch Fox News, but sometimes I'll watch Dana Perino. And while I think she's pretty, sometimes she needs to do what I'm doing right now. You could see the whites, you could see the skin underneath her eyeliner. Like she reshapes her eye, but you could see she needs to fill in her upper eyelid with black eyeliner. Yes, the magic lashes are like the magnetic ones. Now if I could draw a line of like say metal and then glue them on, but if they connect to my hair, then I won't use them because I don't follow my natural eye shape. I've never thought about Trump's junk until today. Thank you, Joe. Joe, I'm just doing my eyes today. I'll probably do my nose too. So, let me do my bottom lashes. Bottom lashes will really define the bottom, and I'm going to try to do it to where I don't need any eyeliner. What am I doing? Oh, okay. I'm gonna put more of that purple color on the bottom. Hey Hogs, is this like a proper face you're doing? Yes. Nick, this is what I'm doing with Kitty. You know, I have another. Kitty's not really a character. She's just a look. Kitty is really Billy with girl makeup on. And Kitty came before Hagatha. Yeah, I know a lot of you people that are watching probably didn't know. You just know Hagatha, but Kitty actually has been around for years. And I used to do I used to do it on a stage, but it really wasn't for me. I think it's because I started too late, or it was just a different how can I put it? I'm not that kind of performer. I don't think I am built to be a stage performer doing classic drag of like dancing and lip syncing. I actually like singing live, and I'm not a dancer, and I like being more political. So I kind of created my own medium, you know. Right now, because of the quarantine, a lot of performers are going online. Well, that was like a market I did a while ago, because I'll tell you, a lot of drag people don't really have personalities. That's kind of why they have to pretend to be somebody else and then wear a different face. A lot of them, you know, they're great performers. They can run around a stage. They could do death drops. They can do the splits. They can do all that. But when they open their mouth, they have nothing to say. So I'm the person who has something to say, and I don't want to do all of those theatrics. Is that a white privilege thing? No, because really the most successful drag queens I know aren't white. The most popular one on the planet is not white. The next one underneath them isn't white. They're Latino. So no, it's not a white thing. Although I will say RuPaul's makeup artist is white. Okay. Roger that. It takes a long time. What do you mean, you people? You know what I mean? I mean, you people watching. See, I'm not one of those people that'll back down from those things. I love it when people, you know, they get confronted. Well, what did you mean by you people? I meant exactly what I meant. You people who I'm talking about, or you people I'm talking to. If you take it in a negative way, then that really says something about how you feel about yourself. It's funny. You know, it's funny when people bitch and complain about that stuff, they actually believe it's like everybody else's job in the world to make them feel good about themselves or to make them happy. So it's weird. It's like when these people automatically go for the worst like definition or the worst intentions possible, I just let them think that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'm racist. Yes, you know, it's like it's really not my job. It isn't my job to make you feel good. It isn't. And I don't know why anybody takes on that duty. If somebody, you know, you can only talk to someone. You can talk to someone until you're blue in the face, but if they're just not going to believe you, they're just not going to believe you. And I'm certainly not going to waste my time trying to convince them of anything. So if you want to believe I don't like you, or I'm addressing you, or I'm saying certain, you know, key or coded words because I'm racist, then you can believe it. I don't care. It's like you kind of just get over trying to prove yourself. You're like, that's fine. For as many people who think that I'm an asshole, there's many more who know I'm not. So I really don't care anymore. Yeah, it hurts me to the core. When it sounds like they need some equality in there, then it sounds like they need some equality. What equality and what? What are you talking about? Hi, love. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. He even brought me a napkin. Oh, look, and a tangerine.
Yes.
A tangerine LaCroix water. Thank you.
La Croix?
La Croix.
Your,
La Croix.
corn dogs are behind you.
Thank you, dear. I appreciate it. Lizzie King. Those eyelashes are life. They are huge, aren't they? Okay. I'm right now peeling my feet because I use the foot mask. Oh my God, Stacy. Don't you love, I love the foot mask. Because if you guys have never done a foot mask, you guys have to do it. The skin peels off. I love it. Hey, Hogs, were you always gay? If you're asking me if I've had sex with women, I have. I have been with women, yeah. Are these both mine?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I've been. When I was in high school, I always had a girlfriend. Hot. Those are hot. Okay. Donna, that's funny. And I was thinking about putting on another pair too, but I think these are enough. These are enough. Or did you start late, as you said? Drag, yes. I've always wore makeup. Like when I was in high school, I wore makeup. As far as performing on a stage, I didn't do that till I was really after 40. I was too late in the game. And I don't know how to put it delicately. I just, it was sort of a genre of drag that really didn't suit me. That's the best way I could put it. It didn't suit me. So I decided to do my own thing, and that materialized being online. Thank you, Donna. Yeah, Mark is a nice guy. Very nice. But was I always gay? Even when I had girlfriends, I still thought men were attractive. Yeah, I mean, I guess, when I had girlfriends, it was more about like companionship and friendship and doing things together. And then all the girlfriends I had, I enjoyed taking them out and treating them like a lady. And I don't know, it was weird. Well, I mean, I have had sex with girls, of course, but that really wasn't my goal. And typically when I did get intimate with a girl, it was her doing. Like I was sort of like scared, and then the girls would always take over. So that's how it was with me with girls. Nick says he's not gay, but doodles are fascinating, aren't they? They are. And there's so many types, huh? But when it came like in my mind, when I thought about like what turns me on, it was always a guy. It was not a girl. But I always thought women were beautiful, and I always appreciated their beauty. And I like, kissing and making out and sex. But in my mind, like I enjoyed women. I came to wanting to use another human, it was a male. If that kind of makes sense. Like to really objectify, it would be a male. I mean, is that really a healthy thing to even think, is to objectify another human? But it was always a man instead of a woman for me. Okay, so I am going to contour my nose. That means I want to make it skinny. I can appreciate a beautiful woman. Oh yeah, I always do. I love women. I do. I really love women. And I think a lot of women are very hard on themselves. I think women are a lot prettier than what they give themselves credit for. And I don't know why they, I don't know. Let me see. Like the women who go, like they'll say, "Oh, your makeup is so much prettier than mine. You look prettier than me." And I go, trust, when you wear this amount of makeup, anybody's pretty, Okay. So I'm going to, so the idea is to try to make my nose look very skinny. So I use this color. It's called Contour. Yes, Carrie, I'm going to snatch the nose. And there's a fine line when you do your nose. Like I don't have a big nose. I just want to reshape it. Just because I like this. Thank you. We are terrible. You are, Amanda. You guys are horrible to yourselves. And I mean, I don't want to talk shit, but I think women are horrible to themselves because sometimes they're horrible to other women. So they end up, because I think, well, men do it too. Men are very judgmental toward other men, and I know women are. So I think when you're a judgmental person, it's natural to always focus that judgment to yourself at times. You know, and I guess it's a double-edged sword. You know, people who are very judgy also, you know, sometimes harshly judge themselves. Did your mom raise you solo? Genevieve, no, I had a dad in the house till I was 16. I had a horrible relationship with him though. So I was mostly raised with my mother. And my mother, and like my mother, my grandmother, my aunt, my mother's friends, were all very strong women. Career women, women who like built things, you know what I mean, for themselves. Even the older generations, they were all very hardworking women. Well, because they come from immigrants. So, you know, it was a hard life, but then they came here. So that working culture has always been there. And the women in my family have really always been leaders and stuff. I've always respected them. I never thought of a woman beneath me ever. Men can be vicious too. Oh, they are. Donna, they are. They're horrible to each other. I know. I grew up a man. I grew up a kid in high school. It starts very young. Boys can be very crude to each other, very. And so I understand that completely. Well, first what I do is I try to kind of extend the nostrils a little bit. I mean, to be honest with you, I kind of make my nose like Michael Jackson. I mean, his nose is a horrible representation of something good. I mean, I get, you know, he wanted a slimmer nose and whatever, but it, you know, surgery can only do so much. But you know, I get it. He wanted a tiny little turned up nose. And he started out with a big blob nose. So it's kind of hard to get what you want when you have a big nose like that. But I kind of use the techniques that make the makeup techniques that he used. Because you could, even though he had a lot of plastic surgery on his nose, a lot of it was makeup too. Because you can only do so much. Hi, Ian. Thank you. Oh, you love eyeshadow color. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Carmela. Okay, so I'll tell you whose nose I think is perfect. This is Michelle Pfeiffer. I think Michelle Pfeiffer has the perfect nose. But it's also from a surgeon. It's not natural. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this color and go basically make stripes down the sides of the middle. The idea is to get it straight, but you can always correct it after. My nose, MJ's nose was so small at one point. I don't know how he could breathe. Stacy, contouring really takes a lot of practice. Or you have to start out light. And you have to know your color too. Fair skinned people putting brown. The natural shadows of our faces aren't brown. They sort of vary between gray and like a mauvey color or a dark mauve. If you just kind of look like, say, like right here, here's the natural shadow. It's not brown. Fair skinned people, and I don't know your complexion, but they automatically go to browns, and it's not. You need a taupe color. Taupe is a mix of gray and brown, and it's lighter. And you want to start out lighter. And you probably don't need as much as you think you do. And also, contouring doesn't work unless there's also highlighting. Sometimes you just have to highlight. You don't have to contour. Okay. So I'm running this right on the edge. Like I could feel the bone right there. So I'm sort of running it on the edge of that bone. And see, it's not too dark. And I kind of match it with the corner of my nose right here. Like I want it to go right there. Okay, so I'm going to go a little heavier. And also, you want this line to basically go into your eyebrow. Don't put it in the eyelid. Do it in the eyebrow. There are people who will put it in the eyelid and it looks stupid. Okay, so then what you want to do is you want to take another, like a blending brush. Dolphin meat. Wait, dolphin meat? You know the British girl Out of Love, Actually? I don't know who she is. Oh my God, Amanda, are you a couch person? That's cute. That's really cute. Yeah, you're cute. I love that you guys are still keeping that alive. You rock on with that. That's cute that you do that still. Okay, now I'm going to soften that line. And it's okay even if you go a little high with it because we're going to put a light color on top anyway. The idea is you don't really want to see a stripe. You want to see more of a shadow. And it really doesn't look good until the final, when you finally do the last touches. Then you're like, oh, okay. Now I can tell. Okay. Is it Emma Thompson? Is that her name? That's what Joe says. And like I said, I'm usually very conservative with my makeup. So there are people who will just literally draw on black stripes. And that's typically, it's someone who performs from a stage. They can get away with that, But I'm more of a camera person. So it has to like kind of look natural. Okay, so now I'm going to smudge that. Do people actually eat dolphin? Dolphin has actually been sometimes in your tuna. That's why if you look at your tuna can, it'll say dolphin free, or they used to anyway. Because dolphins would get stuck in the nets. Okay, so I'm going to bring this in a little closer to the center because I really want to, as Carrie put it, snatched nose. So I'm going to go in closer with the dark in the middle. So I'm going to make it more narrow, which means it has to be a little, I'm making it darker so you could really see it. That's also the thing with camera, and the lights. My lights are pretty bright. So sometimes you got to go darker, but I won't use a really dark color. I'll just go heavy with this color. Question. Why do bullies not just bully by themselves? You know what, Donna? I'll tell you, because for some reason, And then, you know, I'm not going to say I don't get it. It's recreation. It's fun to bring your friends in, and you know, everybody laughs together and has a good time. Um, I mean, I've been guilty of that. Although I'm not a bully, but say if I go into a live thing with somebody and they're being I'll like share it with my friends. I'll be like, "Oh my god, look at this person." I mean, we all do it, but I mean, we're not everybody's crude and cruel about it, but I mean, it's kind of like, you know, like you know, people will say, "Oh, people are judgmental and they talk shit." Well, the funny thing is, I know we all do it, but I don't do it. I won't hurt people. There are people who will like do it to people's faces and hurt their feelings. I mean, like we all say, "Oh my god, look at that person over there. Look how fat they are." But we don't really tell them that. Online, people do that. People, me and Mark were talking about this the other day. People are very willing to be crude to each other online, but they would never do it in person. They never would, but they'll do it online. And I don't understand that. Okay. So I'm sure you guys can see it now. It's really kind of narrowing. Okay. That's tomorrow's show. The couches get delivered. I just ate some tuna. I hope it wasn't flipper. Just want to publicly thank you for my husband. Get well. Oh, Amanda. He always watches it. Really? Well, that's sweet. I appreciate knowing that. Thank you. Yeah, you guys, it's funny because I do videos as Hogatha. And some people will order them. Wait, let me show you this real quick. So what I do is I push my nose up. Okay, and wherever a crease is, I will do this. What it does is it kind of gives that natural dip. You know what I mean? And it really aids in the construction of making your nose like it's going upward. Okay. Now I'm going to clean my brush and I'm going to blend all that again. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to blend it all. Well, okay, like I was saying, or Amanda brought up, is I'll make personalized videos for people as Hogatha. And like some are insulting because, you know, whatever you want me to say, I'll say it. And I share the link with them, and it's a private link. And so they get the link, and they'll give it to the person they want to give it to. It's usually happy birthday. I mean, a couple of times I've done videos where, you know, people want... Okay, there will be happy birthday videos, but they're also insulting. There are people who like to be roasted. So Hogatha will do that. In a fun way, of course. But yeah, people send me $25. I make a personalized video for anything. And people really like them. And like you see Amanda. Thank you for sharing that, Amanda. That's sweet. We should eat at... Where ran you Thai? What's that? I've never heard of that. Is it a Thai place? Is that what I don't know what you're saying. We go to Redlands for dinner because that's really the only nice place around here to eat anymore. What do you think about the government and the folks we're planning to kidnap? Michigan? I thought that was interesting. I don't think she felt threatened at all because first of all, she came on to talk about it and she didn't. All she did was talk shit about the president. It's like, we're tuning in to hear about your attempted kidnapping. Why are you taking this as an opportunity to attack the president? The funny thing is, you guys, it's one thing I love about him. He don't take shit. He don't. And he don't really care how, like, maybe unrefined he'll look. Because let's face it, he's often unrefined and unsophisticated. But he gets his point across very well. And he came out and he said, wait a minute, that governor, she's talking shit about me when it was my Department of Justice that told her about the thing. And it's true. It's like the federal government is the one who alerted her. And then what does she do? She takes her time to go on camera to bash him. Oh, now they're saying it's Virginia too. Really? I don't know. Everything's really a publicity stunt. I really believe that. Everything's about getting a message across. It's so stupid. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a white powder, and I'm going to go down the center. You know what? I'm just going to use my highlighter because it will lighten it up plus reflect light. And my nose kind of dips in right there, so I'm going to start there. And I'm really just going to put it right in the center. And then I'm going to put some right here on the tip. Okay. And then some right here. Isn't it funny that I started this video out saying, yeah, I want to do something quick and simple and easy. And here I am. Okay. That's highly reflective, isn't it? Oh my God, Melissa, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. You all know how I love my food. It seems staged. Uh-huh. Well, it came back to bite them because the one guy who did the shooting, everybody when they first came out, they were saying it was a Trump supporter. No, the guy actually hates Trump. There's a lot of this shit that's going on. People really just need to pay attention. Jess, I could put on a wig. But I'm not doing my whole face. Because you love us and want to show us how to snatch that nose. See, I mean, I don't have to do a whole lot, but you can totally tell a difference. Are there any drag queens for Trump shows or groups, Amanda? I eat fast, don't I? Sorry. Actually, I don't know if you guys have heard of Lady Maga. Lady Maga is a drag queen who's all about Trump. There's also two of them out of the Bay Area. They go by the House of Damage. But we were actually all supposed to get together and do a show. This was a while ago. It didn't work out. Or we were all going to do something together. Then we all kind of went our separate ways. Well, me and Lady Maga are cool now. There was a part of me that resented him for a minute. But but I'm over that. I don't want to say me, because it was me. Because you guys know, okay, maybe some of you guys know about Walk Away. You know, I was like really the drag queen for Walk Away. And you know, I kind of made my stand there, and then Lady Maga came along and kind of became that face, that new drag face of the Walk Away. And you know, I was bitter for a minute, but the reality is he is younger. he's kind of more enthusiastic than me. Really, he's more enthusiastic than me. Plus, he has a job that allows him to travel the country. I don't. So he could be any place at any time whenever he wanted to be. And I understand that. So I kind of got over that. I got over my bitterness. So we kind of we talked it out, talked about it. And I apologize. I go, you know what? I'm bitter. I'm human, whatever. So anyway, but I'm glad to see him still doing his thing. We're very different. I'll tell you that. He's very positive and bubbly and uplifting. And I'm not. I mean, I guess I am in my own way, but he's sort of Disney. He's kind of Disney, and I'm not Disney. So there's that. But no, as far as other drag queens, Elaine Lancaster. Elaine Lancaster is someone who is more established drag queen, I believe, out of Miami. He's probably one of the first drag queens to actually come out as being for Trump and completely lost his fan base, and it's sad. So I know he does like conservative Republican stuff. But no, there really isn't like a troupe of drag queens that have gotten together that will do shows. No. And that's also why I still do this, because, trust me, a lot of the gays hate what I do. They hate it. And they hate it because, well, you know why. But I don't think they really kind of see the damage in what they're doing. Because when you completely ignore a political side of people, which is really 50% of our country, they really alienate these people. And a lot of these people have gay kids. A lot of them have trans kids. These are conservative Republican people who have gay kids, and they don't really know what to do, who to talk to, because the LGBTQ XYZ cult forgot about these people. They forgot about them. Well, I didn't. So, and I'm glad other drag queens didn't either. So while it's funny, because I'll tell you, a lot of drag queens, they have a problem with people's religion. Okay. I don't. I understand that they think it's a sinful lifestyle, but that's what they believe. It's not what I believe. We all are friends with people who have different beliefs. Now, just because, and I'll say right now, I'm an agnostic. I do recognize that there might be some kind of higher power. I mean, we don't have really an answer of why we're alive or why the earth exists. We just have a theory that there is a God, and it's of the biblical King James Version God. You know what I mean? There are people who believe that. They could believe that all day long. I don't really care. I don't care. I've not reached that point in my life where I'm certain where I come from and why I exist. So they have that belief that there are certain things that are sins, that are whatever, and that's fine. That is their thing. It's not my thing. But these people are still human. We could still connect on a different level. I don't have to shove my sexuality down their throat. They certainly don't shove theirs down mine. I don't know about their sex life, so I don't know why they need to know about mine. And I think that's where the gay community makes a big mistake. Big mistake. And I don't do that. So, you know what? I've been there for conservative people. And you know what? A lot of conservative people like drag. They do. They just don't want, the sex life and all that shoved down their throat. So anyway, your eyes are so beautiful. Oh, thank you. Does anybody remember the movie Tu Wong Fu? Yeah, that's a great movie. Religion is so strange to me. Theology is fascinating, right? I'm a Christian conservative, but I have 3 young boys. If one of them is gay or whatever, they need role models that will tell them they can be conservative. Right, Amanda? And you know what? The funny thing is, a lot of gay people do come out of conservative families. And then you kind of, the gay community likes to dramatize what happens to young gay people. And they dramatize it because they have these groups that collect money for homeless gay youth. I think they kind of inflate the numbers a little bit to get more money. But wait, where am I at? Okay, legit, Amanda, yes. Oh, thank you, Laura. You can hate sin and love people. Right. I mean, see, that's what I don't understand. You don't have to talk about religion. You don't have to. And I don't know. Okay, so I hate my eyebrows. They're too dark. So I'm going to do this lighter, finer felt tip over it. And I'm kind of creating hairs. I kind of like a wispy brow with where, I don't know, I kind of like it. I don't like it real perfect, if that makes sense. I like where it looks kind of hairy. I mean, yeah, I grew up going to church. My mother's side of the family is very Catholic because they're Latin. So they were like old world Catholics. Like we would go to church and it would be in Latin. Um, and then we went to Southern Baptist. I spent most of my church years in a Southern Baptist church. And yeah, I mean, I had my problems there. I was part of the choir, and one day I was really into Culture Club. You know, that group from the '80s with Boy George. He wore makeup, and I wore a shirt to choir practice once, and I was told that that was inappropriate because I am promoting bisexuality. I was at the age I didn't know what a bisexual was, so it was the church who sort of educated me on what a bisexual was. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, it's just a shirt of a band I like. But anyway, so yeah, I have my own issues with religion. I'm not against religion, and I don't tell people they're stupid for following a religion, and I wouldn't disrespect them, you know. Okay. By the way, Jesus never preached hate or murder. I was watching the part 4 of RuPaul Vegas review. Oh my god, I can't believe Cameron Michaels and Vanjie hooking up. Oh my god. Well, they're both very handsome men. I would love for you to help me girly up. You can you love my attitude. Thank you. That's sweet. All right. So I'm gonna put on my lower lashes now. These are the ones I'm gonna wear. And yes, they're big. But I'm a big guy. It's like in drag for a big person. Well, for me anyway, you're always trying to minimize and trying. So you have to buy things. You have to wear things that are larger than average. So you sort of shrink under everything. Because I'm basically built like a professional wrestler, like a not the fit ones, the fat ones from back in the 80s. Like, okay, I'm built like the strongman of the circus. Or like, like a fat football player. Yeah, Boy George was his sister, George Michael. Yeah, all that. These eyelashes are heavy, but I'm used to them already. Okay, so here we go. And when you do the bottom lashes, you put them on upside down. Because you don't want them to go upwards, you want them to curl downwards. Okay. And sometimes I might put on a little eyeliner after the lashes, but I found out I will spend all this time doing eyeliner, and then I put on these lashes, and you don't need it, But there are guys who have, like, say, hooded eyes, or they don't have a big eyelid like me, so they really have to fake a lot of stuff. I tend to really kind of follow my natural eye shape, except down here. I do kind of go down a little bit. But a lot of these, they have to really fake an eyelid, so they use a lot of eyeliner to redraw things, and I just don't have to do that. So I realized I'm spending all this time, 15 minutes doing eyeliner, and then once I put my eyelashes on, I can't see it anyway. So that's why I'm kind of avoiding. Plus, it's very kind of a cliche look for a drag queen to have a big black wing. I don't know. I'm just I did that for years. So, I guess what it is, you kind of follow trends until you kind of find your own thing. That's kind of common in drag. So you'll see a lot of drag queens that all look alike. They really do. They sell bottom lashes. No, these are top lashes. I'm just using it as you could buy very small eyelashes and glue them to the bottom if you want to. Okay. See, it's like I don't even need eyeliner now. I see. I screwed it up. Hold on. Okay. Genevieve says, my question about the movie was, do you think Patrick Swayze was trying to show his true sexual preference in some obscure way without necessarily coming out? I don't know. I mean, I do know a lot of these Hollywood actors really are gay in real life. But I mean, also Wesley Snipes did it, and John Leguizamo. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think they all did a great job. I don't know. I mean, really, a lot of Hollywood men do kind of swing both ways. I mean, it could be. Is that glue better? Yes, Erica. If you want them to stay on, this is much better. It is. It's much better. Okay. Let me put on the other one. Do you do eyelid workouts? I can wear them for 4 hours straight. Holly, aren't these are big. They really are. I just don't feel them anymore. I'll tell you more than anything, it feels like I'm wearing a mask and I don't like it. So like and you know what, a lot of these, especially the big name drag people, when they're done with their act, they take it off. They don't really see, a lot of people kind of don't realize that about drag queens. There's a difference between a trans person and a drag queen. The drag queen is basically, think of a clown. They're basically just a clown that put on, they wear makeup to entertain people, but they go home and they take it all off. That's kind of what a drag queen is. A transsexual, and the funny thing is, a transsexual really doesn't wear this much makeup. And a lot of them should. I mean, just to be honest with you, because there are a lot that I know that are very masculine, like they're more masculine looking than me. And then they just put on a little mascara and lip gloss and they go, oh, okay, I look feminine. And no, you don't. You don't look feminine. And, there's always this controversy. Oh, should they have to conform to beauty standards? Well, they already are, aren't they? They are conforming to beauty standards. They're putting on mascara and lipstick. And a wig. Or, it's funny. It's like, I guess I'm the kind of person that if I'm going to do something, I'm going to go all the way. So if I say I'm going to be a girl, I'm really going to be a girl. I want you to see me as a girl. And I really can't think of anything other, and I'll tell you, for a man to look like a woman, they really have to work on their contouring skills. If you can get down the art of contouring as a man who wants to be a woman, you don't really need to wear all of this. But I understand, whatever. I mean, and I'm not going to pretend to, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a trans advocate at all. I'm not. I don't not like them. They can do whatever they want. I just have my own beliefs, For me, I just want to live how I came out of the womb. That's it. I mean, I think it's fun wearing makeup. I think it's fun wearing, wigs and whatever, but I would not do it full time at all. And I kind of think it's probably, unless I might be ignorant, I'm assuming it's easier to be a trans if you're female to male. Because I'll tell you, I know some trans men who are absolutely beautiful men. that you would never think were born women. I think it's easier for a trans man to be an attractive male than it is for a trans woman to be an attractive female. And that's just life. I mean, I'm not like one of these sensitive people go, oh, I'm so sorry, that's terrible. I mean, it's just life. It just is. I'm never going to be a Calvin Klein model, so nobody's crying for me. Okay. Kitty, any hints on how to wear makeup if your face sweats? Now that's a difficult thing for drag queens because they sweat all the time on stage and they're forever trying to get around that. I know people, they'll put on all their makeup and then put a layer of hairspray over their face. There are people who start off with a primer. You could start off with, there are people who use milk of magnesia to fill in their pores and to shrink their pores and stuff. What else? I do believe they might sell, well, I've seen it online or on TV. There are moisturizers that do stop sweating on your face and palms of your hands and stuff. It's easier to clock. Yeah, it is. It's easier to clock a male from female. And, I'm sure they don't like it, but, it's funny because, I'll tell you, and I'm like this when it comes to gay issues too. I don't necessarily believe that the public at large has to really understand my sexuality or why I do what I do. I'm just you just do what you do and do it because you like it, and the world doesn't have to accept it. And if you're waiting for the world to accept you, then you're going to be waiting for a very long time, and you're going to end up very unhappy. So, I think these guys, the people who are born men, who are very masculine, who become women and wear women's clothing, and they don't go through the process of corseting and padding and breast implants and heavy makeup and good wigs. That's part of passing. That's part of the illusion, because you want me to buy this illusion that you were born a female. Well, unfortunately, there are beautiful examples of biological women who are gorgeous and who have really sort of defined femininity. And, when you're a big bruiser and you look like Herman Munster with a wig on, it's really kind of hard to expect people to treat you like a feminine, dainty, pretty woman. And that's what they want. And I don't know. I think there kind of has to be a reevaluation of trans issues in this country, because you're not going to force me to see some demure little feminine girl when you're a 6'4", 300-pound man with makeup on. And I kind of think it's up to you to give me that illusion. It's not up to me to pretend to not see a beautiful woman. That's a nice, I'm pagan. My besties are Christians. They don't follow my practice, and I don't expect them to. And we have no time for hate. Isn't that great? Me and Mark, our closest friends are a heterosexual couple. Well, Mark is very good friends with a heterosexual man and his wife that we met while out at Trump rallies. Okay. They know we're a gay couple. They know what I do. They obviously know Mark is black. This is a white heterosexual couple. We go camping with them. We go hang out. We go meet at restaurants. We actually do better in straight society than we do in LGBTQ XYZ cult society. So it's not really about your belief. I'm sure there's certain beliefs, your makeup. Oh, thank you. You're going to wait forever. Who cares about what people think? Right. Yes, also use powder. You're right, Erica. Setting spray primer. Yes. But you know what, Erica? They're in drag, people replace it with hairspray. Like, you could literally lacquer your face with hairspray. Mohantawa, thank you so much. I'm not doing my whole face. I'm just I'm probably going to stop here. Well, I might add some more purple. I might add more purple, but you can't go through life expecting everybody to like roll out the red carpet for you. And I think a lot of people are expecting that. And I'll tell you, a lot of times I'm very embarrassed by the LGBTQ community. So that's why don't really consider myself one of them. They embarrass me a lot. Okay, so, adding shadow here is attractive. I think a lot. I don't think it's really a typical thing that women do. I kind of think more like drag queens do this, but if you add like, I'm really pretty much using that black line as my eyeliner that's on my eyelash, the band. But if you add like a color down here that, it mirrors the color on top, it's kind of like it gives a nice smoky look. What I might even do is extend my eyeliner a little bit in the corner right here. No, I'm not going to. All right. It's kind of all I got, really. Oh, no. I have to add some sparkle. Hold on. If you add like I kind of have these like liquid glitter eyeshadows. If you add in the corner of your eyes something sparkly, it'll kind of open them and reflect light, and it looks more open. You are so freaking honest. I love it. Oh, thank you. How's the corn dog? Honey, Holly, they're gone. They are gone. As soon as they got cool enough, I woofed them down. Thank you. The LGBTQXYZ always tell me they don't claim me because I'm a bisexual Christian right, Jess? I mean, I didn't realize that it was a community you either like. It's almost like, it's weird. See, because they made you believe, well, because you're gay, then that means you're LGBTQ. And people thought that for years until they realize the community can actually, they feel like they have this power to kick you out of the community. Well, it's not really something you're a member of. It's kind of like the black community. Mark, he doesn't feel like he's part of the black community. He's just part of the American community. Because, he's been called a coon, Uncle Tom, all this stuff. Any of these funny, these racial or sexual based groups, they're cruel to each other. It's funny because they claim to be there to help you. And this is your safe space. This is for you where you could be yourself. But that's not really what they mean. It's not a place for you to be yourself. It's a place for you to be one of them. Okay. All right, so just put this glitter right here. It's not really that visible. This is more like, I don't think, well, women would do this in a small way, but I mean, it's probably kind of heavy for a woman. All right, I'll put on my brown wig. Yes, they're very toxic. How do you feel about Ellen? I mean, I know a lot of people don't like her. I'm not an Ellen fan. I just never watched her. I think she's kind of corny. So it really wasn't Ellen. Ellen wasn't really my thing. Look at this hat I got. Somebody sent me this. Agatha will wear it. I won't wear it. I got this wig from Amazon. Wait. Oh, you like? Yeah, I look better. Like, look good in purple. All right. And it's weird. You have to like get the wig placement just right. It's funny because I don't think I've ever done Kitty with a beard and only doing half of my face. But I really gotta bump this wig up. A lot of times I will wear this underneath it. There it is. I got like a wig cap, and if you put it underneath, hold on, it'll really kind of, you know what I mean, bump up your wig. I mean, it's sort of in a bad place. Hold on, let me put it back more. It kind of gives the illusion of fuller hair. Okay. Honestly, if I can grow my hair back again, I never would. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got it off of Amazon. It already has like a part in it. Hold on. I mean, I would normally glue it down. And I always kind of struggle with the hairline, like how far back, because as a guy, I have like a really big forehead. Okay. That's not bad. I mean, it didn't really take me that long. I mean, I was talking, so it was like, it took me longer, but I think if I'm by myself and, just doing my makeup. Also, what I would do is, I didn't do any like kind of, I normally contour my forehead so it looks very round. I still kind of have a masculine forehead right now. You love the look. Thank you. Melissa, it's not true. Also, you know what the hair does? It really hides my, this. When I gain weight, I get fat right here and I start looking like a bulldog. That's why I do Hagatha. But the hair hides that. All right. I wish the left would be honest and say the issue is the freedom-loving, free-thinking individuals who know and exercise their rights to choose. Not A to Z, and it's definitely not skin color. It isn't. It's so stupid. When you go to I mean, I don't know how many, I know some of you, not all of you are Trump supporters, but if you ever get a chance, you really got to, I'll just, while I'm sitting here, contour my forehead. You really have to give it, if you ever get a chance, just go even to a local, I'm sure you all have seen like people in your neighborhoods or in your cities gather on a corner and wave flags. If you just go there, like just go and show up, you'll be very pleasantly surprised at how friendly people are. They are like so warm and friendly. I mean, really some great people. And it's unfortunate the media does not get that message across. Well, because they don't want to. They don't want you to get that message. But all you have to do, like me and Mark have just approached places where, we've just decided, hey, we're going to go and we're going to join in. And they're actually so happy to see you. And they're willing to like give you drinks and snacks. People will bring snacks to these things. People are very, very warm and nice. And I'll tell you, they're a lot nicer than how I was treated when I was gay and in the community. I don't know. It's just, there's a warmth that these conservative people have that is very nice. Maybe that's their churchy side. I don't know, but they're very nice. And we don't have to say that we're together. Okay, basically, when it comes down to people knowing that me and Mark are together, if Mark meets somebody and he goes, "Oh, hi, hey, this is my partner," or Mark sometimes uses the word husband. "This is my husband, Billy," and they'll be like, "Oh, hi," and then we'll shake hands, and that's the last time we talk about our relationship. There's no need to keep going on. It's almost like when you meet a wife, somebody's wife or husband, they then don't talk about their heterosexuality. You know what I mean? Gay people or LGBTQ people, for some reason, feel that they owe you their life story or their experience, or, honey, nobody cares. They just don't care. You know what I mean? And I wish people would understand that. They don't care. So just stop talking about it. And if you don't talk about it, you're not going to bug them with it. Just leave it alone. It's like nobody gives a shit. Okay. You could just say it once, or even, well, I don't understand how I don't know what a trans person would do. I mean, if I'll tell you this, if I was trans, I wouldn't tell anybody. I would just blend in, because isn't that really what you want? Don't you want to blend in with society? They try to force people to agree and confront, just like, yeah, they do. It's like, we're here to wave American flags and all be together and kind of stand for something. This has nothing to do with my penis or my butthole. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not simple. Oh, I've come on your kitty page to wait. Eli says, I've come on your kitty page to specifically ask if you only have one set of eyelashes. Yes, dear, I do. Well, no, I have one upper pair and one lower pair. That's it. Okay, so you guys kind of see how I've been contouring this big forehead. I've been doing circles. I'm using the same color, and you can kind of see how it's darker and it gets lighter in the center. That's what you kind of want to do to build a feminine forehead. I mean, if there's any trans women watching and you guys have a big caveman forehead, because I do. You know what I wish? Okay, so I've known more trans men than trans women. I'm going to let you guys know something. The trans men have a better attitude than trans women. They do. Somebody born male who becomes female, in my opinion, in my experience, they tend to be a little harder to deal with than biological women who become men. That's just me. Okay. The men tend to be a little more easygoing, more forgiving, more laid back. They don't take themselves as serious. Now, it could just be the ones that I know, you know. But any male to female that I've met, I haven't always had the best luck with them. And they're not all like that, of course, you know, but it's just my experience. So I don't know. I don't know. And like I said, maybe because it's easier for a female to male to pass. Conservative Democrat. You know what's so funny? Because you know what, Genevieve, I considered myself that for a while. But because you can only vote, I don't know if it's just in California, but you can't vote for a Republican candidate if you are a registered Democrat. So, and I know that happens in a lot of places. So I had to switch my party. I have always been a Democrat, always. So I switched. Well, actually, I went to Independent, and Independent was the one that wouldn't allow me to vote for who I wanted to. So then that's when I decided, you know what? I guess I'm just a Republican then. And the thing is, your political party can change. Let's just say if there's a great Democrat that's running, I might change and go back. I mean, I don't know, but I know I'm going to still contain the same values. Carrie, 2 top and bottom are the normal size lashes, and the top are over the top large. These are very large, yeah. I normally would wear 2 or 3 pairs, but these are so big. I don't want to hear about anyone's, right, Linda? Who cares? They don't care. Nobody cares. I would be like, wait. In Washington State, you don't have to choose a party. Not the last time I voted, at least. They always toy with that stuff here in California. Because California definitely wants to control. They really do. And I don't like it. That's why we're moving. We're moving out of this state. I mean, I wish it was going to be sooner than later, but we'll see. But it's I don't know. It's hard to get out right now. But we'll see what happens. What do I want to do? I'm gonna add I have that translucent powder that I was using earlier. I'm going to put that down the sides of my nose to sort of cover up some of that shadow. Oh, thank you, Michelle, dear. My cousin, born female, came out as trans a few years ago. I found out, and he works with my other cousin. I didn't tell my other cousin about him. No, it's not your responsibility. It isn't. I'll tell you. Okay, so I worked with a trans guy. His name was Adam. He worked at the club that I worked at. Very good looking guy. And all the gay guys were like, oh my God, Adam. And then Adam said to us that he was a heterosexual. Well, there was just something about Adam. He said he wasn't gay, but he had what we would call a gay voice. You know what I mean? What everybody knows what I'm talking about. The voice that a man will have, and you go, oh, maybe they're gay. That was the voice he had. I know there's always going to be a sensitive person. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is a gay voice? Well, it's the voice you're using. Okay. But anyway, so I always kind of questioned Adam. I'm like, well, maybe he's in the closet. Maybe Adam is in the closet. Okay. Well, one day, this was after we had been working together for a while. Adam said to me, you know, I'm trans. I go, really? You are? He had tattoos up and down his arms. He had a beard like a 5 o'clock shadow. And I had never really been around many female to male trans, right? It was always the other way. And especially in a gay club, which gay clubs are typically men club. They're gay men clubs. You don't really see a whole lot of lesbians in a gay club, in my experience anyway. Anyway, except the club I worked at on Thursdays, they had girl night, which was a poppin' night. Tons of girls. Like, oh, see, the lesbians will come out when it's special for them. This is where I worked. This is how it was in California. When it was a special night for the lesbians, then they'll come out. But they wouldn't come on any other night. Or I'm not saying not all, some would, but no, Thursday nights were huge with girls. Well, anyway, I guess my point is, so Adam tells me, yeah, I'm trans. I go, really? I thought you were a guy. And I said, then I admitted to him, I go, I'll tell you, I didn't believe you when you said you were heterosexual because you just seemed kind of gay. Now I know why he came off gay, because he had lived his whole life as a woman. And so he kind of looked like, he seemed like a gay man. And he goes, well, I'm a heterosexual. What he did was, he's still dating. When he was in high school, he lived as a woman, a lesbian. And he said he's still with the girl that he was dating with in high school. I go, well, that's really nice. I mean, that she accepted this, And he's all, yeah. But he was like completely would have never thought. But then I'll tell you, because he did tell me that he was trans, I then paid attention to his mannerisms, which I don't know. I get it. He told me because he was comfortable with me, which I'm happy about that. People do tend to tell me things. Well, I then started paying attention, right? Because of course, I mean, it's only natural. Now I'm curious. Now I'm going to be watching. I'm going to inspect him, right? So then I noticed the way he wore his clothing. He wore the clothing to minimize his hips and his butt. He told me that when he was 19, he had his breasts removed, and he showed me pictures. Big boobs. Anyway, so now he had pecs, really. He worked out. Like, I don't know if the hormones helped build muscle, but he worked out, had big muscles. Like, he was so like manly that I would not mess with him. I would, oh no, he can hurt me. But anyway, tattoos, hair, everything, but had a gay voice, and had that I noticed his clothing. He wore clothing to minimize his butt. And realize I start looking, you can't really, I guess, change that part of your body. I don't know, unless maybe you're anorexic, but still had a nice, I then could see the woman shape. So he always wore like big shirts and long things to minimize the hips and stuff. But he was a great guy. I really liked him. But because he told me, then I then started noticing the things, the girl things about him. Oh, well, that hyperlink is nothing clickable. Ha ha. Happy birthday. Is it Marl? Wait, in North Dakota, you don't have to register to vote or declare. Really? You don't have to register to vote, Eli? Have you heard or seen Rose of Dawn? Very interesting trans woman point of view. I haven't. But you know what? I believe that that's a website where you could get clothing. Rose of Dawn. I believe. I'm not sure. But that the Rose of Dawn name is very familiar to me. Carrie says there's this trans person who goes on live and is in transition to be a woman. She says that the murder rate of trans man to women are higher than that. Well, I can tell you why, Carrie. I can tell you why. See, I hate today's culture, PC culture, because then it makes you second guess about everything you're going to say. And then you have to try to package it in a pretty package to say it. But I'm just going to say it. There are a lot of trans women who live very risky lifestyles. And it is very known out here anyway in the West that typically the women who do that, yes, Eli has a point too. They do tend to, I know trans women who will target heterosexual men for sex and even prostitute themselves, okay? Well, it's a very, I guess, delicate thing for these people because while they want to be physically attractive to somebody else and while they want to love somebody and while they want to have sex with somebody and be intimate with them, the ones that I've known anyway are not honest. And what they do is there's this one in particular that I know. He will have sex with straight men, but only do anal. And while he's having sex, he will hold his penis and his balls in his hand to move them forward so the guy does not know. So I know that part of it. I mean, I know these people. I know another one who is as tall as me, 6'3" and probably 6'4". He's extremely masculine and he walks the streets like in LA dressed as a woman. And he tells me, I saw him doing it once. And I'm really, as far, even though I know a lot of stuff, I'm very naive a lot of times. And I saw him walking the streets at 4 a.m. It was after the club and I had just gotten off of work. And I saw him walking by a fast food place where I was getting food at. And his name is Jeffrey, but his drag name is something else. So anyway, I go to him. The next time I see him, I go, hey, I saw you walking down Holt Avenue. And he goes, oh, yeah, I was working. I go, oh, you were on your way to work? Like, I thought he was walking to his job. He goes, no, I was working. I go, working? What are you talking about? He goes, yeah, I'm a prostitute. And I went, oh. And there's no way that this guy passes a woman at all. Like, I look right now more like a woman than he ever has with my beard. And I'm like, so they know you're a man, don't they? I will have these frank conversations. I don't care. I go, they know you're a guy, don't they? He goes, well, we don't talk about it. But they tell me I have to leave my wig on. And I guess he just does oral stuff. But there's times that men have gotten mad at him because his wig has come off. And then you just see boy hair. And I don't know. It's the ones that I've known they live these kind of risky lifestyles. And no, nobody I know has gotten killed. But and also they don't pass, and they put themselves in positions. And I'm not saying they all have. I'm sure some have died of they were completely innocent and going to the library. Who knows? All I'm saying is the people that I know that have often gotten jumped or mugged or gotten in trouble have been sex workers, things like this that I think, and there's some that I know that are very confrontational and violent. Like they kind of take their anger out on these heterosexual men. So, you know what I mean? It's just the whole thing. It's very individual. There are some who pass and they live an average life, and there's some that are still very angry, and they go out there and they get involved in things they shouldn't be involved in. And the thing is, it happens to everybody. Everybody who gets involved in these certain lifestyles, it's not just trans people, it's gay people, straight people, whatever. When you engage in certain activities with unsavory people, bad things happen. Sheriff, thanks for joining. I'm surprised you found me. You guys, Sheriff, we need to talk about this, and I know I have to read your messages, but this guy right here is really cool what he does. I don't know. Wait, Sheriff, do you want to come on right now? I mean, this was not planned, but do you want to come on right now and you could tell people what you do? Because I really don't have all the details of what you do. I know roughly what you do, but I think it's awesome. And I think and it's mostly women watching, and I think they would absolutely love to know what you do. Erica says Sheriff is the bomb. Okay, Sheriff, I'm going to send you a link. Okay, you guys, I'm going to bring him on. Now, a lot of you may not know. Okay, so Sheriff came on my Hogatha show. He really didn't understand what Hogatha was doing, and I really didn't know what he did, right? So we talked about it. Because Hogatha, I don't really let the joke out on Hogatha, but the people who know Kitty and Hogatha, they know the story. They know what's going on with Hogatha, but he didn't. So we had a conversation and everything, and we're great. Billy, Carrie and I wanted you to sing Poop Noodle to him. I won't sing if I'm not Hogatha. For Billy to sing, or even Kitty, is embarrassing. Well, not Kitty, but Billy, it's embarrassing for me to sing. Okay, hold on, Sheriff. I have to find our chat. Hold on. It's kind of buried. Hold on. There you are. Okay. Yeah, he's written to me and I haven't read it yet. I'm sorry. I'm not ignoring you. I just have a lot going on. Hold on. Like, I'm trying to get unbanned from Twitter. I got banned. Or I didn't get banned, I got hacked. There you are. Okay. Here you go, Sheriff. Okay, so he has the link now, and so basically he has to click on it and he will come into the show. But you guys should look him up. I think you would be very happy. Or he's going to come on and he's going to let us know. What are your thoughts on women who have fetishes about trans women and being legitimate and being intimate with those who haven't? I mean, if they like it, that's what they like. I mean, I'll tell you, a lot of girls that I was with knew that I liked guys, and I think even women fetishize gay men. Um, I've been with several women who knew, like, I liked men, and there was something about that and they enjoyed. But I'll tell you what they also enjoyed. They also enjoyed abusing me over it as well. So, like I would be with a woman or a girl who knew that I also liked men. As soon as we would get in a fight about something, they would call me a fag. You know what I mean? So for my experience, those kind of women enjoyed the power struggle, or they enjoyed the fact that, oh, he wears makeup and he likes guys, so I can dominate him. That was always what I found in common with women who actually liked the fact that I liked men, is they had a quality to them where they wanted to, like I say, dominate me or try to control. Okay. Now Sheriff is British. He's a Londoner, so he might be hard to understand for some of you. He's finishing a fag right now, which means he's finishing smoking a cigarette. But it's pretty late in London right now, so like I said, he's finishing a cigarette. Forbidden fruit, no pun intended. Okay, you got me super curious about Hogarth. I can't wait to see. Well, Hogarth is really kind of ugly, and she's a victim of everything, and she'll out-victimize you. She checks every box on the victim scale. She's not trans, but she was misgendered at birth. So she was raised as a male, but she believes she's a female because she has a clitoris. It's you just have to watch the show. Okay. What are your thoughts on being intimate with men, trans? Okay. I wonder why Sig is called a fag. I don't know. And you know what? Well, because I've developed friendships with people in the UK. They actually have a dish called fags and something. And all they are meatballs. It's meatballs and vegetables, but they call it fags and mash, I think. I'm not sure. I was flat out banned for Twitter permanently. Really, Sarah? Why did you get banned? All right, guys. Oh yeah, a bundle of sticks. Yeah. Do you know what? Okay, here we go. Let me all right, you guys. So here's Sheriff.
Hello.
Sheriff, how are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
Awesome, great. Hey, so I am glad we communicated online and everything. So now you understand what I do.
Absolutely, and I'll apologize a little bit for the other day.
You don't have to, no, you don't have to apologize. Just when you come on Hogatha, you can't give it up.
Yeah, I get that.
All right. So what? So so me and Sheriff, we talked about it. There was a misunderstanding, whatever, and so we talked about it, and then he led me to another page of his called Broken Dreams. Is it?
It's Broken Dreams, yeah.
Broken Dreams, and I was like, it was funny because as Hogatha, I was insulting him and stuff, but that's what Hogatha does to masculine men. But I was very I love what you do. So can you explain what you do to everybody?
Yeah, so I think you guys do it in the States a little bit, but it's completely different laws. I've seen a couple of hunters out there, but unfortunately I think they've got to let them go at the end of the when they do confront them. Yeah. So we catch online predator groomers, and we hand them over to the authorities, basically. That, in a nutshell, that's what it is.
So what you do is, in the States, we used to have a show called To Catch a Predator. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I remember that show, and that was quite a while ago. It was a great show.
It was. I loved that show. Loved it.
And there is a few more independent hunters out there, but what I tend to find is that they confront them and they have to let them walk off, which to me is just absolutely heartbreaking. When you know somebody's doing that, they've come to meet a 12 or a 13-year-old, and you have to watch them walk off and drive off. So they're doing it purely for the awareness Um, with ourselves, we're all about the maximum exposure, maximum awareness.
So have you ever, I saw the one where, was it a guy? He was in a lobby of a hotel. No, maybe that was a different one. But I saw you go get in a car with an elderly man with a face shield on. And he was like an older guy, and he was like in I want to say a car, but he wore like a clear face shield.
I will have to look into that one. Do you remember what was being said in the car?
No, because there were several of you talking, and with all the talking and the accents, it was very hard. But but so you basically, do you find these people online, and do you portray yourself as a young girl or a young boy?
Yeah. So what we do, we work predominantly apps that are made for preteens, apps that are made for children, and we just basically I have a team of about 8 to 10 decoys. My team actually has about 50 people in it all, including the ground team and whatever not.
That's so cool. I love that.
And so these guys, they sit behind. They'll make a profile up. We'll have all contracted, signed decoy pictures, so full permission for the pictures to be used. And all they do, they just sit behind these profiles, and it doesn't take. Like, the problem is massive, and it doesn't take long before the predators make contact with them. They're fully trained. I mean, I'll give an example. There's nothing entrapping, nothing enticing. They cannot use emojis. Even emojis can be used as a little bit of an entrapment, enticing. So it's fully, the whole conversation is directed all the way from the predator. And then what we try and do is we get them out on the meat. We haven't had a single case that's been what we call NFA'd here, which is like no further action. They're all on the sex offenders list. They're all can't work around schools no more. The more severe ones have had some good custodial sentences. But myself, I believe, we had a chat the other day, and I was trying to understand, because flipping back off the subject, the first time I ever saw you as photographer, I think it was the most surreal experience of my life, because I just thought, on my days, what is going on here? And then I still didn't understand it, and I suppose I learned a massive that after that live review, I decided to pull my head out my arse and look into yourself a little bit more. So,
well, it is different. It is different what I do. So.
But I like it because we spoke, and in a way, what you're doing is an awareness as well. So many people take Hogger as their own. They want to take Hogger and make it their own belief what they want from Hogger, I think. But what you're trying to achieve from Hogger, if I'm right, is a big case of awareness and education. And am I on key with that?
Yeah, you are. I really wanted to actually start. I did Hoggatha as a way of just to see how far I could get doing the character and have people pretend that I'm normal. And people are very willing to make you feel normal when you're not. And I think that's a problem. And I think it leads to confusion. And so a lot, like I said, a lot of people are very willing to allow you to live within a mental illness and to actually support it. And I don't think it's right. But I do like, but when I came across your video and I realized what you did, it was like, I love this because, and I will tell people this, and I think admitting things that you've gone through yourself, helps people. And like I stated to you, I went through this when I was 9 years old. I was a victim of not only a male, but a female as well. And so that's why I love what you do, because if we have more people like you that expose this, you know what I mean? Maybe it will, put people behind bars. It will scare people who can kind of turn back from it, whatever. But, no, I think it's absolutely great what you do. And my as Kitty, I've made a video. I sent it to you where I don't think drag is a thing for children. I don't. And that's because I've worked in it for years and I was behind the scenes and I've worked with the most famous people in drag. And I know the lifestyle, and I know how it goes. And I don't think it's something that you would want your children to do. I think to tell your little boy, yes, dress up as a woman, a sexy woman, and make money by dancing in front of men, you're basically turning your child into an adult entertainer. And I don't think, if they organically are just
Well,
gay and dress up, that's different, but not a little boy. No.
You're kind of exploiting children if you're doing that, and that's
Yes, you are.
I get exactly what you're saying.
And it's also
So going back quickly to when I met you the other day, and I learned a massive lesson from this, and it was one of the most important lessons I've learned off you so far, is to not really judge a book by its cover. Does that make sense? Because that's, I've spoken to you now on a real basis, and now it's a typical example. You open that book and it's not what it is on the cover. It's not, and that's one thing I wanted to apologise to you for the other day, because I didn't look through that. I was being shallow, and I was just, when I looked at you, I kind of, if I'm being honest with you, I kind of looked and I thought, a sexual deviant in some sort of way. I don't know where it was going with my mind and I was trying to understand, and that's why my questions were so direct and point and blank. But then afterwards, when you kicked me off, I watched your body language, and I watched you have a little chuckle to yourself, and everyone was saying, satire this, and I've never even heard of satire comedy or satire this. And so then I decided to look into it, and I understood it a little bit more. And then I started talking to yourself on a personal basis, and I think you're a great guy, to be honest with you.
Oh, thank you. That's nice. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So going back to what I do, guys, the problem is massive in America. The thing is, it's just as bad. It's bad everywhere, because what we're living in now is a point in age where we don't even have to leave our homes to groom and to line up a child to be raped. You don't have to leave your home. And the very bad fact of the matter is nobody is themselves until they're between four walls on their own, on their phone, and that's when they become themselves, living out their fantasies. And their fantasies, the problem with fantasies is they can be taken into a reality. And with the sad fact of paedophilia is it's happened since biblical times. It has, and it's never going to stop. That's a fact. But what we can do, and what everybody can do, is hit the share button and get that awareness out there, get the education out there. Because when you cross a road, we all know to look left and to look right in case there's a car coming. But there's so many people that don't know the dangers of online, that the simple things within a parent checking their child's devices, it can eradicate 90% of online grooming. And that's what we're here for, really. And also, I'm here because I believe that everybody wants to know whose hand they shake and who lives next door. And that's my main purpose. A lot of the time, the sentences, sometimes you get good sentences. Sometimes someone for the same offence can get a really shambles sentence. So the biggest sentence is what we're putting on their shoulders. They can no longer live in that community next to a school, everybody knows who they are,
Right.
And that's the main reason I do this, mate.
It's kind of like how you said, it's never going to go away. You could just, save a few people, by really enlightening the parents. I mean, and that's kind of where I kind of come from with like the whole drag thing, and the exposure to these sexual things are, you're constantly chipping away and allowing things that are bad to be good. And you're making your child more prone to be a victim. And by you, like you saying, they don't look at their devices. All they have to do is look at their devices and kind of care a little. They think the devices are a babysitter. And there's parental controls on these things. So it makes you wonder, are parents just not enacting these controls, or are they just not paying attention? I don't know. But
I think it's naivety.
I like the way, I love how you worded it when you said, now that we are all electronic now, and when someone's alone in their own four walls, they really kind of let their guard down and they start showing themselves. They're very comforted. I think they think it's just one-on-one on the computer, and I don't know. It's weird. Do they think? I think, are they just so desperate, and maybe their pedophilia or their sickness takes over, that they forget that there might be people watching?
Absolutely, and I ask myself the same question. You know, all the time that we get predators that are contacting the decoys, and some cases we do take on real cases. Sometimes if the parents, if people on Facebook or somebody's approached us as a team and the police have not pulled their finger out properly, then we will take that on. But all that, you know, this is what satisfies me, is all the time that they're thinking they might be getting caught by a decoy, it was going to be a trap or anything. That means we're working. Our job is working. Because we're making them very, very scared to go in. But what happens is, unfortunately, a lot of these apps that are being made for kids are made by nonces for nonces. And there's so much, when you look into that, what's going on with it is, I'll give an example. Some of the apps, every 2-3 hours, all the messages that are sent by the people sending them are deleted. You know, there's no owner to the domain names. So when you try and defeat one way, they just build a new part of technology out that will build it and get you around it another way, you know. But I can't hint to you enough that the exploitation of children and the grooming and the issue is massive. It is massive.
What made you get into this?
I'm a survivor myself, but I ignored it for a long, long time in my life. I went to boarding school when I was young, put it to the back of my head, ignored it, and ended up thinking, you know, if I join the toughest regiment in the British Army, that won't make me that little boy anymore that was not speaking up. And it never worked. Lost a lot of I've lost a lot of good women, a lot of good relationships through probably insecurities and lack of trust.
Right.
So, you know, resentment towards my parents and whatever not. And one day I saw one. I just saw a guy getting stung one day, and I thought, oh, do you know what? I love the way that hunt has taken away that, because when somebody is groomed and raped as a child, there's so much manipulation and control that goes into it. So as a child, do you remember when you were young as a child and you had your headmaster at school, and didn't they seem like such a giant of a figure?
Oh yeah.
But then when you grow up and you get older and you bump into that same character, you're thinking, God, he's just the same size as me now. He doesn't look so scary and big and things. Well, a lot of abusers and stuff, that figure is massive in their life. They're just such a massive, powerful figure. So when you watch these hunters, when they tear them apart, and you know they're watching somebody that you would see was one day doing the similar sort of thing to somebody else as what you had done to yourself, and they become this small, and you realise that they're not that big, powerful person, that you were the one that was the more powerful one. Right. So that started me off 2 years ago with it, and if I was to not lie, a couple of years ago I was drinking a lot. I come out of the army, I was damaged from what I saw in the army, and adding that on top of my already PTSD that I was living with, but unknowingly living with, because I'd never really even heard of the condition before I joined the forces. I was making myself slowly, putting it to the back of my head, but making myself slowly worse, ill. So when I started doing this, I could start to close a chapter of that past, because I was confronting it more. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So over the last year and that, you know, I've tend to find, since I've done this, I've lost all the resentment. I've lost a lot of insecurities with women. I say that I'm a single guy at the moment, so maybe I'm just not good boyfriend material. But
well, you've gained your power back, you know, and you see it's worthwhile. You know, not only are you healing something in yourself, but you're helping others. And you know, maybe it just takes a special woman to deal with it. You know.
Yeah. So it's, you know, it's just yeah, I think I've just met the wrong women. I don't know what's going on with that side of it, but leave that side of my life out of it. I'll correct that one day.
You know when you were
But
you're
as
talking
for
about, yeah.
now, go on.
Oh, what you were you were talking about like growing up and seeing this figure as powerful or whatever or what when you grow up. I remember okay the guy who did what he did to me, he wasn't that much old. I was 9 and he was 16, but the woman was in her 20s, and so she was like a grown adult woman, you know. And when I got older, she was a local lady. And when I was a kid, she was very big, a very big woman with big tits. Okay. Anyway, so I saw her in a grocery store in my 20s. I knew it was her. And it was so weird how once I saw her, I felt like that little kid again. And my like knees, like my legs got really shaky and I got very scared and nervous around her. When I was a grown man. I was a big power, and I'm a big man. And when I saw her, I was like, I couldn't believe this well, it was natural, but I didn't realize it, how terrified I was of her. And the funny thing is, she never really physically like hurt me, but it was, what she made me do was awful. But the thing is, it didn't physically hurt me, but when I saw her, it was almost like that all that emotional pain like came back and it terrified me and I just left the store. I would think that I would have confronted her, called her a bitch, whatever. But I couldn't even bring myself to do that. I just left. And so I wonder how common that is,
Yeah, yeah, and then when you walk away, did you kick yourself a little bit for not doing that?
Right. Yeah. And so I don't know. So I wonder how how other like little kids would feel. And I don't know. I mean, I don't really, it's not something that I dwell on anymore. I mean, I never really dwelled on it anyway. I just sort of just put it in the back of my mind. But yeah, I think it's great. Are you investigating anybody now, or how do you come about this, and how often do you do this?
So I catch normally 1 or 2 a week. I've actually just had a good bit of news today that last week I went and caught. I'm going to put the video in your box afterwards for you to watch this certain one.
Oh my God.
I caught. It was quite hard for myself because I caught a 22-year serving vet. So he had done 22 years in the forces. So to me, for me to find that reel that I felt like I was going to get one of my own,
right,
was very hard. But when you watch the video I'm about to put in your inbox later, he was the most arrogant, obnoxious, disgusting, vile piece of shit, if I don't mind me swearing.
No.
He was, and I've been on the phone to his wife last night, who's absolutely just, obviously we've offered our aftercare team to her, but she just rung up to say thank you. What happens, and this is the shameful thing, this happens underneath their own wife and kids, and everything else knows if they've got wife or kids. I'm giving an example. So you can imagine how this happens. There's so many victims that come off of abuse. We think the predator and we think the child or the adult, but there's so many indirect victims that come off of it. The parents, every boyfriend that has to be with that abused person, and the insecurities that they have to deal with, the trust issues, the later on drug issues, the misuse of abuse of drugs or alcohol, or the mental health. This is something I've heard you talk about a lot, and mental health, I think, is far underappreciated. It's not studied enough. It's not appreciated enough by people. And I believe mental health is on the uprise. I mean, isn't it sad that we live in a day and age where likes and comments can pick up your attitude or drop your attitude? It's like yourself, me and you. We have social media platforms. I never really read the comments on Stings, but afterwards, when I get home, I go home and I watch the Sting and I see what people are saying afterwards. And
that's exactly what I do. Yeah.
And it's isn't it? You know yourself, isn't it? Okay, you can put on a hard face, whatever, not, but isn't it strange how a good comment can make you feel really good, and then somebody can really bring you back and tear your ass out again? And I was speaking to your guy, the guest you had on the show yesterday, Perfect Peter.
Peter, yeah.
Perfect Peter. Yeah. I'm not going to say too much, but I was kind of just saying to him, listen, because I watched that and I understand. I think you've set a bit of a craze off with what you do, and I don't think people are understanding it fully. And I'm still yet to understand Hogger. I'm still yet to understand them a little bit. But I will carry on watching. But I do watch your body language. I do watch when your eyes are laughing behind the glasses and
Right,
and the little giveaway. So, but I kind of said to him, I said to him, I see what you're trying to do. You've seen Hogger, you're going for your own character, but people need to realise that as quick as social media can pick you up, it can ruin you.
Yeah,
and that's scary. When I saw him up there the other day, his idea of comedy was to degrade himself, and I didn't really like that, and it was a bit hard to watch because, to make people laugh, he was talking about his 2-inch this or 2-inch that, and everything seems so fake. And I did say this to him. I was like, it's just all very fake. And the problem with fake is you're doing something differently. So please don't. Your one's completely out this level. It's just it's so surreal. It's unbelievable. The Pete one, I think he's trying to take a twist or a cast off of what you're doing and make a bit of a famous name. And I was trying to tell him, don't ever degrade people to get supporters. Don't degrade yourself to get supporters.
Mm-hmm.
I also noticed straight away after when we had that live, the questions, you had a gay couple come up.
Yes, they're in Wales.
Okay, they're in Wales. If they are watching this, I'd like to address them because I have not one single bone in my body that's anything to do with homophobic. And he was kind of hinting down that line. And I have questions. I always have questions, and I always ask questions. I've served alongside some gay guys. I look at them. I don't look at black and white, and I don't look at gay and straight. It's just something that never even baffles a question to me. And somebody says you don't like them, and it just, when we were on there the other day, I think people got that impression that I was trying to knock you out for that or something.
No, I mean, that's kind of the whole act of Hagatha. She's offended by everything, and she will misconstrue the most innocent things into as because she's a victim. She enjoys her victim status, which seems to be, I think, something that's really happening a lot in the world. People are getting popular or finding value in being a victim, and I'm just not like that at all. I didn't come from that at all. If you're a victim of something, you try to rise above it and be stronger. Now people like wallowing in it, and they use it as sort of like clout to get people to feel sorry for them. So that's sort of Hagatha is sort of a social commentary on that culture, and
so
which just happened by accident. But no,
you're quite a well-groomed man. Normally, you sent me a couple of pictures the other day. You look after yourself. You take care of yourself. I can see that.
Yeah.
With Hagatha, you kind of jump out of that and you're burping, farting, and do you take a special protein shake before that so you can push out the farts? Now I feel silly, don't I?
It's all theater.
You see?
It's all theater.
Perfect, because now I look like a right muppet, don't I, for challenging.
I would never do that. I would never do that. Even though, you were saying, a woman would never do that. A woman never do it. I'm a man and I would never do it.
Yeah. I think now I get it. Like I've just, but it was a perfect example of never ever. And anyone listening to this is don't ever judge a book by its cover, because it is so not the case. Does that make sense?
Yes. No, I completely understand that. No. And we all do it. Everybody does it.
Everybody does it, and think we should do less of it.
Melissa says, I was groomed before the internet. From day one, I was terrified for the kids in my family, always looking for the creeps online. Well, yeah, because you know what's out there, so you know what to look for.
Yeah. And Melissa, there's some really good apps out there now that you can put onto. There's no. The thing is, you take that fine line. We're in a modern technology century, so you can't strip your kids of what they're going to need in this day and age. So there is some really, really good apps out there that you can put onto your phone and your child's phone, and you can monitor all the activity on kids' phones. I would always highly recommend doing that. Yeah. Until a child is 16, I don't believe that they should have full privacy. You should be able to have a still bit of control as a parent, and you need to do that to protect them. So anybody watching, download these apps, text messages and calls and other things on the phone. You can monitor what is going on in your child's phone. And it doesn't mean you have to sit on all there all day thinking, you just have a little check every now and again and make sure that they're safe and no one's on there,
You know what's so funny? When I was a kid in the 80s, when cable TV was new, okay, they would have these boxes that you could actually put a key in and lock so your children could not access it to watch adult television, like the pornography and stuff. And I just think it's odd how today there are less restrictions for children than there were in the 80s. And you were forever trying to find the channel with the porn on it, but you couldn't because it was locked up. But nowadays it's like it's everywhere, and it just seems like there's even less controls people are willing to use. And I don't understand that. Yeah. I don't get it. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. And another thing that I noticed massively happening, and this might be a coincidence. So in America at the moment, you have a lot of cases, the celebrities that are being dropped. So this Jeffrey Epstein case.
Yep. We're still waiting for all of that. We're still waiting for all that to explode.
Well, what's happened in the UK with Facebook, and I find them actually disgusting about it, is good 40 to 50% of the hunting teams within the first 2 weeks of all that being re-announced and broadcast in the news in America, a lot of the hunting and awareness teams were shut down. For no reason, the pages overnight were closed with thousands and thousands of followers, and they were closed, and they were never even given the chance to appeal, to fight back for their cases or anything. So then you start to think to yourself, well, the Facebook are clearly trying to silence the people that are trying to make people aware. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's quite obvious. I think if they wanted to control all of that, they could. I do see that, especially with the Jeffrey Epstein thing, I think they're really dragging their feet. I think social media is helping. I think that this thing is a lot bigger than we think it is, and probably a lot bigger than we want to know it is or admit that it is. But I honestly think that they're just going to try to sweep it under the rug and act like it didn't happen. But there will be people who will always be there to remember it and to remind them. But it just seems like with everything that's going on, with how we have such this mass media, and why aren't we getting more reports of what's happening on the Epstein Island and what they're discovering? Nothing has leaked. We have found nothing. It's funny, things can leak out of the White House, but they can't leak out of the island. You know what I mean? And I don't understand. Yeah. I think it's all deliberate. And I think powerful people are involved. It's, as we know, I mean, celebrities are involved. So I think, we're all living in this circus right now. And I'm sure it's by design, I think it's by design to hide it all.
I think you're hitting the nail straight on the head. And I think it's an attempt to try and normalize things. And I don't think generally anyone will ever normalize paedophilia.
No.
you know. But we, you know, it was I think a massive thing that happened about a month ago. It was kind of overnight. We were just, I think it was 14 or 15 well-established, good following teams with good followers were just closed overnight, shut down completely. And then Facebook brought out these new laws of what they call the community standards laws, which they changed overnight. And you know, anyone that seems to be putting bad comments on hunting pages, boom, they're shutting the pages down. It's just ridiculous, and you're thinking, why are you doing this? Like, why are you actually stopping us from making people aware?
Right.
Of
you're helping. You're doing something to help.
Absolutely. So, what's your plans tonight?
Really nothing. This was really all I was doing today. Probably dinner. You know, it's 4 p.m. here, and I wanted to ask you: have you ever found yourself in a dangerous position or a position where you had to like get physical with somebody?
We've had it a couple of times. So I kind of I always approach with a very good security team. A lot of them are ex-vets. And we kind of work as my team's like a band of brothers, which is another thing that's brought back to me since I left the army, that camaraderie that you have when you lose,
Right.
and you never seem to get back quite a bit. But we've had times, we control the situation pretty quick. So the one I'm going to put into your inbox in a minute with the 22-year vet, he tried driving off and he dragged one of my security down the road, and we pulled him out of the vehicle and helped him. So we have a law over here called a Section 24A. It's under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, and if we place somebody under a Section 24A, it's effectively in a public area, it's arrest. It's a citizen's arrest, but we have then the power to hold him with the evidence that we have until the police arrive, which is a very good thing. It would be brilliant in America if you guys had that because if somebody's even stealing out of your store, you would get the power to detain them. You know,
we used to. They used to have citizens arrest here. Right? That is a thing, but they've gotten so lazy and lax on the laws to where in the United States, someone could actually shoplift, and if it's under $1,000, you can't do anything about it. The police will do nothing about it. So basically, anybody can walk into any store and take $999 worth of merchandise and walk out, and nothing will happen to them. So I think it's happened along all parts of law enforcement. Things are just so forgotten about and let go. So I don't know. I you know what? In fact, in this country, I would probably be afraid to hold a pedophile because then I would probably be, get in trouble for false imprisonment or kidnapping, or you know what I mean? It's in this country, the criminals get all the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and going back to the online grooming, the very fact of the matter is, there's such simple things that can be brought in that will eliminate. Don't get me wrong, you bring something else in, they think of a new way to get out of it. But there's 3 simple things that will really cut down so much of this. Number one is the educating the parents and the kids. Education is the biggest thing. The signing into these apps, there needs to be a tougher, more secure way that that the person sitting behind that profile is that profile.
Right.
I've caught predators catfishing with their own sons' pictures. Yeah. I've caught predators. I've caught predators catching with their own kids, their own kids' profiles. I've caught predators that are so to the grooming point where we got one I caught recently. He had 3 profiles. One that he was catfishing with his son. He had another one that he made up that was basically talking to this decoy 12-year-old, and the voice clips and the voicemails and the voice calls that he had with this 12-year-old, blah, 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 they were horrific. He never massively went sexual, but the worst of the worst groomers, they don't initially go sexual because a lot of them have experience on how to get away with things. So what this guy done, he was talking to this 12-year-old. She had told him roughly where he lived and all this, like the park she lived next door. And then another profile came up, and it was a bullying profile, and it started attacking this 12-year-old girl who was in the care system. And he was like, I'm going to come here. I know you live near the park. So we knew already that it was the original profile that was coming back in to bully her. He was saying, I'm going to rape you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to that. Well,
Oh my God.
because we said, well, it's definitely him. We got the decoy then to say, this guy's bullying me. I'm really scared. Well, in comes the hero, doesn't he? Okay, leave it with me. Next thing you know, this other profile sort of, oh, I didn't know you. That was your brother. He's just warned me off. If I'd known it was anything to do with him, I'm never going to bother you again. I'm so sorry. Then the nice profile jumps up again. I'm giving you a short version of the story here because these logs go over months.
So there's quite a lot of manipulation.
Sorry?
There's quite a lot of manipulation from these people.
Manipulation, yes. Controlsive manipulation. So I'm struggling to get my words out tonight.
Right. No, I get it. Have you ever got the wrong person?
Hey?
Marlene House is asking, have you ever got the wrong person? Like an innocent person?
I have never. It's a question that you'd have to trust my answer with, because I could sit here and say, no. I really, honest to God, have never, ever lit up the wrong person. And the reason being is, I don't sting them unless they're on meats. I very rarely will go and knock on a door. And the only reason I'll knock on a door is if they've mentioned their own children. If they've mentioned their own children and what they've done with their children, within an hour or two, I will be on their doorstep making sure that I'm handing them over to the police. Whether I decide to go live with that or put it in a closed group, I will make a choice on site. The majority of the time, guys, they're coming out on the meet, so we're meeting them at the destination that they've arranged to meet the child. I cannot have the wrong person if they're there meeting the child.
True, yeah. And plus you more than likely know what they already look like too, right?
Yeah, so we caught a guy about a month ago. So it came out during the sting. I'm very lucky on my sting team. I've got a guy called Joe that works with me, Joe Hunter. He is an amazing guy. He's what you'd call good stock. Yeah, good men are getting harder and harder and harder to find. Good, honest, genuine men are getting harder and harder to find. And he came along, and we just feed each other. So a lot of other teams, they go for this, get him on the light, make an idiot of him, go for the humiliation, just basically mug them off until they get caught and arrested by the police. I don't go about that. So I look for three things. I look for the admittance, the cry for help, and then I want to get into their head. So once I've got the admittance and the cry for help, I want to understand when they went wrong in life, when they started getting that problem. Was it their children growing up around them and being naked? If I'm talking crude and triggering anyone here, Guy, I really am sorry, and I mean this. If you are listening and you're a survivor, I have an amazing aftercare. Add my ID afterwards, Sheriff Hunter, and I will put you onto some brilliant one-to-one aftercare. Okay, guys. So if you are feeling triggered with what I say or anything that we are, I mean, me and Billy, Kitty Day, Kitty is saying, then please feel free to hold a hand out to either one of us, and I will make sure that gets put in place. So where was I at? I was at so I caught him, and he basically had come. So if you know the UK, we've got Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland across the water. He had paid and lured this 12-year-old from Glasgow, because she was in the care system, Glasgow, down to Euston train station, which is in London. That's a 7-hour train drive. So from one country to another country, he's brought her to here. We caught him at the station, and I'll put this one into your chat. This is one of the most aggressive. He wasn't aggressive with us, but when I get to this part of the story, you'll understand why he was the worst. So we caught hold of him when I approached him at asking an information advisor at the station. When I'd approached him asking for some information on, he was asking what the time the train comes in. Now the train came in at I can't remember what it was, 17:30. It came in, and I heard him saying, "I'm just waiting for my 13-year-old niece to get here. Do you know what time she'll be here?" Well, as soon as I heard that, I thought, "You dirty bastard!" I went and grabbed hold of his arm. We walked him out of the police station. We were in the team. I started the interview. He was very compliant. He admitted to why he was here, that the girl was here. So he wanted this girl to come and stay with him. He wanted to put her into a new school.
Oh my God.
He had a friend that he could leave her with, and he wanted to basically have her for his own sexual gratification until she turned 16, and then he planned to maybe have a relationship with her. So we're getting through, and I'm talking to him, and I'm kind of, he's under a 24A, so he knows he's safe. We've got this public security around us, protecting him from the public really more than my protection. And when that happened, he let me just get when that happened, I'm sort of saying to him, "You're going to be on the Sex Offenders Act by the end of this," and he went, "I'm already on the Sex Offenders Act." So straight away I'm thinking, "Oh, okay. I mean, what have you done then?" He goes, "No, nothing for like that." I went, "Well, what have you done?" He said, "Oh, rape." He went, "But not for this though." I went, "What? So you raped a woman?" And he went, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, how long did you get?" So he had just 2 months prior been out of a 10-year sentence.
Oh my God.
Now in this country, if you do 10 years, you've actually done either 50% of your sentence or 70% of your sentence. So he's either been given the full whack, would have been 20 years, which is a life sentence. So this guy had aggravatedly raped and held hostage this woman. They'd released him from jail, and 2 months later, so he's had 10 years in jail to think about this problem and to think about his next plan and his next attack. And I was so happy that I was the one that was there to intervene, to intercept that meat, because he had literally just done a life sentence and I've still not had the details for that crime, so I'm still trying to find out, because I think they changed his name. A life sentence for aggravatedly raping a woman. That would have to go into the very vicious assault, maybe attempted murder. There's so much that go into it. So point being is, if he had gone and raped this child that night, this 12-year-old or 13-year-old, taken her back to his house where he was planning to, okay, if he'd been caught, he would already had another 10 years to do inside. So then you think to yourself, well, we have really possibly saved the child's life here, because people would panic and maybe kill the child. I mean, it's an option that's on the table. You're already going to go and do another 10 years. Life sentence is 18 years plus in this country. So it's scary to think what would have happened if this had just been left and he had been left alone,
He was, I mean, he already spent all that time, and he thought it was worth it after 60 days to try to offend again. Like, I don't understand.
I know.
Like, and they let
it's
them
like people say. I was trying to ask a question with Perfect Pete the other day, because he touched on that he works with pedos, and I don't think you managed to see the questions I was trying to ask him. So
probably
there's a question that always comes. Hey.
Yeah. No, he probably didn't see the question or whatever.
Well, he's like me. When I'm sat in here on your stream, I can't see any unless you pin one onto the top. I can't see any questions.
Okay.
Have you ever got a you haven't got the wrong person? So a big question is asked. God, I've lost my train of thought now. I shall remember this in a second.
Erica said, will he be joining tomorrow? Yeah, if he still wants to come on Hogatha, he can, because that's a whole different audience that he can speak to. I figure
Well, I'll have a bit.
What?
I'll have a bit of a laugh with you on Hoggerford tomorrow. I won't be so serious. So I'll come in a bit of a laughy character.
All right. I mean,
I'll come in me.
Hey, I have another question. Now, I know where you live. You live in the London area. Are you busy enough to where you never have to leave that area? Like, is the problem so big just in that area alone that you wouldn't even have to leave that area?
No, so I caught one in Wales the other day. And the reason I went to Wales on this occasion, if you guys do a little bit of studying, there's a movement over in England that's been a movement for a long time. It's called the Freemason movement. And what that is so it was a very secret society of the judges, the elites. And to be part of this society, the Freemasons, you had to be invited in and initiated and put into a lodge. So basically, to cut the long story short, if you are a Freemason, you're very powerful because you have a lot of high-ranked police officers, a lot of high-ranked judges, a lot of high-ranked this, and it's a scary situation to how much they can achieve and what they can get away with. And if you talk too much if the press here talk about too much about the Freemasons movement, people have been known to disappear before. It's as serious as that. So we went up to North Wales and we caught a guy that was part of the Freemason movement. And he had arranged to meet a 14-year-old boy. Now, this guy, the reason we went up there on this guy and we didn't hand it to another team is because he was why I'm here. The very reason I'm here is I'm not here to get the guys that have had a few beers and made a mistake and can use that as an excuse over a 2-day bender or so. I'm not here for them. Right. I'm here for the prolific, dark guys, the one that fits into society. The pillar of society. This guy was the pillar of society. He owned half the town. He owned a residential home, a lot of acres on it. He had his hand in pies in building schools. He was on the school governor's board. He was on so many different things. He was a real pillar of society in that place. And when we unleashed what he does, he's lost it all. And I'm glad he's lost it all because what these guys do to kids is unbelievable. It really is. It's what it done to me, mate. For me, I'm not lying. I mean, I didn't want to, I don't know your situation, but when I was young, I always felt that I wish I'd done more, that I wasn't that scared little kid that didn't speak up and didn't grab that guy and throw him to the floor and run to my parents and say, this is what's been happening. I was a full-time boarder, so it meant I didn't even come home at half terms. I stayed from beginning of Christmas term to the end of Easter term. I'd go away for that break, and then I'd go from all the way from Easter to the summer break, and then I'd have a longest summer, like 10 weeks off at summer. So I would permanently be at that school. And, my abuse went on every other day for years.
Wow.
For years. I'll have a chat with you more in depth on that when I'm on your own sometime. Right. Point being is I keep losing my trail of thoughts because I'm thinking of other things I want to tell you.
No, that's fine.
Remind me, where was I?
You were talking about the Freemason guy, and
the Freemason.
Well, and the funny thing is, somebody's talking about this in the chat too. We're familiar in the United States with the Freemasons. A lot of, like somebody said, their grandfather was one, and in the United States, it's sort of like a lodge thing where men kind of get together and just be men. And I understand there is mystery to it when you get to the higher levels of it. So is that what we're talking about, like powerful Masons? Because, like I said, in this country, they even involve little girls in something called the Rainbow Girls, where they're like a like the Masons' daughters. That from if I remember correctly, it's been a long time. Where it's sort of like a community thing and a thing where like-minded people come together, and it's a club. But I think we're talking about different types of Freemasons, aren't we? Like the ones that are.
I think you're on the same line. I think you're on the same line. So even them Freemasons that you're talking about, it's something that you can't just be. You can't just walk into and join. Even in America, I think you're on the same thing. The lodge system is here, and the lodge system works. So if you're an ex-airborne parachute regiment guy, one day you might be invited to go and join their lodge. But generally, you find the invitations very rare. I mean, I don't know masses and masses about it, but if you become and you're accepted and you're part of the Freemason movement or circle, you have a lot at your hands, because you have the power of good, powerful judges, power of high-ranking police officers, and so we go back to the fact of paedophilia. And as horrible as this sounds, politicians are into it. So many people are into it, and if they're not into it now, they were, and they don't want it to be exposed, and they will do whatever they can to silence people. You know.
No, I know, and that's we hear about this secret society also called Skull and Bones in the United States, where that's kind of ritualistic and it's a man's group, really, but yeah, there's all kinds of different societies. I know the Freemasons are a very popular one, and they're kind of respected too, because
massively respected.
And don't they kind of claim to be like they do like God is like their leader, and they kind of mingle it with Christianity in a way.
Yeah, and they do some sort of strange initiation thing where they go in and they undo their tie a certain bit, and I don't understand this. It's not really something for me because I don't have enough time in life. But
right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if you're rich and famous, there's probably protection within the group.
Yeah,
like
yeah. So I think I remember what I was saying about the boarding. So I was going through boarding school, and you know, everything was brushed under the carpet, and I never really even raised it to even my folks and that, you know. But in my head, I always thought resentment, because I thought, how can they not know for 3 years that was going on, you know? And I always remember the day my father came in, and I was so ill in what we called the matron's room. I don't know what you would call it there, but we have it like the matron, and she would that would be the sick bay area. And I was up there one day, and the old man came up as a hero, wrapped me up in my sheet, and kicked the door open to the assembly and said he's never coming back here again. And
wow,
I drove off down the road and realised that was the end of it. But we never discussed it. We never discussed it. It was brushed under the carpet, and I don't know to this day why he come and got me. I don't know. We don't discuss it. It never was discussed. But the point being is, you know, and this is a massive thing, is talking, and I know this for a fact. Talking is such a massive weapon. It is a massive weapon that we have for mental health, and it really is underrated. And I believe that holding your hands out and talking to somebody is, it is totally underrated, and it can change you. It can change your life, and it can pull your head from that dark place back to a good place where you wake up every day. I mean, do you suffer with any mental health problems?
I do. You know, it's funny because I've always said, oh, I'm a strong person. I'm a very strong, normal person. You know, I'm always trying to reaffirm that in myself. But I do think that I do over my life have suffered probably from some form of depression. But I never really kind of acknowledged it. I just kind of figured, well, everybody's unhappy at times, you know. But I you know, the older I get, I've sleeping problems, and I become more of an anxious person. But I think But see, for me, it's like for me to claim that there's something wrong with me, it has to be severe, and that could be just because of my upbringing to be a tough person. I was brought up to you just take your punches and just go on with life. So I don't know, but yeah, I do. Plus, I did 10 years of drug abuse after everything, and so yeah, I know it's affected me. It has, but yeah, but I think if anything, mentally, it'd be like a depression probably.
And I've done the same. I left the forces. I didn't. I hadn't started this. I left the forces. I was stuck in no man's land. I mean, I was having nightmares worse than you can. I sleep on Zopiclone tablets every night, and unfortunately, the doctor stopped giving to me now, so I had to get them through the black market. But it's the way that I get 6-7 hours sleep, just because I just don't like the dreams. And so the point being is, you grow. It's mad until you grow up how important you realize it is protecting a child's innocence whilst they're young.
Yeah.
Because when the child is young and they've lost their innocence, the rest of their life's affected from it. It really is affected from it, and
Sure it is.
I was trying to go back to that point when I joined the army. I thought, you know what, I'm never again in my head. I can find my own head now, because I've been to Afghan twice and Iraq once, and I've and I'm no longer that scared little boy that was stuck there and then anything, because I'm now big hard Mr. Sheriff. I'm in the parachute regiment and I'm cracking on with life. I left the parachute regiment, and then all that happened was, on top of what I'd seen in the army, always in the back of my head was what happened when I was younger, and it came zooming back. I started drinking. I started getting on a bit of the cocaine, and one thing led to another. And I find myself partying every weekend and recovering during the week. And but I never knew why. I never had an answer to it. People used to think, and I used to think, do you know what? I've just got an addictive personality, I think, and that's probably my issue.
Yeah.
But it was never that. My issue was not even the army days. It was before that. That was my whole life trigger. I started doing this, and and like I say, I've not hardly touched a drink. I haven't touched cocaine in over 2 years.
That's great. Yeah.
I look at people that do it now, and I think, fuck, did I really look like that? I mean, I'll give an example. The other day I was sat in a pub. I was watching two men talking to each other that were clearly cocaine out their nut, and one was talking 1,000 miles an hour, the other one was nodding, but he didn't really care what the guy was saying. He was just waiting for that little opportunity to jump in and start talking about himself again. Let me turn the TV off. And to start talking about himself again, but they're invading each other's personal space. He's got all white stuff accumulating in his mouth, and the crust around his nose. And I'm sitting there because I'm a people person, so I'm watching. And in the end, I'm just chuckling to myself, thinking, God, was that me? Like, I mean, I don't think I was like that, but was that me 5-6 years ago, rabbiting on, talking gangster hard man talk, and not really realizing what prat I looked.
It's funny because I'll do that too. I don't know if you guys have a meth problem in the UK.
It's the kind of drug we've heard through the movies, but it's never taken off here.
Well, meth, it's pretty much like a poor man's cocaine. That's kind of what it's kind of known as. But I did that for
like speed.
What?
Like speed.
Yeah.
Remember speed?
Yeah, it's the same. So that's what I did, and I'll look at people now, and I know they're on it. I could see it a mile away. And I thank God, and I'll just think about how I felt, and I'm like, I'm so glad I left that behind. So I did that for 10 years. And now when I see people, it just kind of grosses me out. And I prefer not to be around those people because it just kind of brings back all the old memories, the bad stuff. And it's awful. It's
absolutely. I thoroughly agree with that.
And you could talk to them till you're blue in the face and tell them you shouldn't be doing this. You'll feel much better, but they're never going to hear it they'll never know it until they stop themselves.
Well, there's nothing worse than a reformed smoker, though, is there?
Yeah, and you know what? I will. I really. It's funny because I do think about that, and I think when I see somebody and I know they're addicted, when I know when they're on drugs, I really refrain myself from talking bad stuff about them, even privately, because I know what it's like, and I was one of them. So I tend to not put them down, but really wish better for them. You know,
Mm.
but that's yeah. I do not. I try not to really make fun of it because I know what it's like. But and you don't know. It's hard to snap someone out of that. It really is, and you really it's something you have to discover on your own. It's just
Yeah.
well.
So I'm definitely up for coming on to Hoggerford tomorrow. I'm a bit baffled. I don't want to put you on the spot again where you boot me off the live. So give me my boundaries.
Okay, yeah, you have to look at Hogatha as a real person. You can't yeah, you can't talk about it being fake or anything because then I won't have any answers and then I will just end up dropping the conversation.
Okay.
No, you could, you know, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it before.
Mm-hmm. But you don't actually want to talk about Hoggerford in the fact of what you're trying to achieve of Hoggerford on Hoggerford.
I probably will get there one day. I have to find the right way of doing it, but that pretty much is going to just expose her completely, and I have to find a way of doing that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There, like I said, half of the audience knows it's not real. And really what happens is people share the feed and then they pass it around to troll groups and trolls come in and they like making fun of Hoggerford. And that's another thing that I've discovered is I actually like putting these people in their places after they make fun of me. And the audience loves it. Because usually I have an audience filled with people who have been made fun of, people who feel less than other people, and they enjoy. It's kind of similar to you busting the pedophiles. I actually bust the bullies and then I put them down and I tell them about themselves. And, you know, I usually sometimes will put them on the green screen behind me and then I will pick them apart the way they pick other people apart. And people really enjoy watching that part of the show. So when they think I'm very vulnerable and I lead them into the show and then they start typing really horrible things. And then I actually let my real self come out and then I kind of beat down the bully. And that's a part of the show people really like.
Superb. So are many of your followers that are following you now and here, are they your Hoggerford followers too?
Quite a few of the people in here, yes, that are watching right now, they know who Hoggetha is. They know it's fake. There's just certain people who don't know it's fake.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do give it to you before we jump off this live. That I can't tell you enough. The first time I ever laid eyes on Hoggetha, and here's the amazing thing that you've managed to do. I looked, I thought, what the fuck is going on here? Okay. Apologies for my language. But then I found myself just watching. Like, that's one thing that you're doing with that. People might go originally, oh, he's disgusting, oh, he's drag gone wrong or whatever. But they watch.
Yes.
And you can't help it.
Yeah,
like you watch.
Everybody has a different reason for watching.
Absolutely, and that's probably why it's a good reason just to let it flow as it is and let people make what and let, because I think that as many people as you're making angry in a way because they don't understand it or they're just trying to save face in front of their friends at home, you never know the situation. I think that you're giving a lot of power to people. And I like that.
I discovered that. Like I'm discovering things that people appreciate about her that I had no intention on doing. So it really kind of, that's when I'm kind of realizing myself what that character means for other people. And for some people, what Hoggetha does for them is that they see me really kind of make a fool of myself. and I'll sing and I'll do all kinds of stuff that I would never do as Billy. And it really, people write to me and they'll tell me, I love that you come on and you don't care what people think and you're just being yourself, although I'm not being myself, but they think I am. And when they see that I have this power to be myself, it empowers them to be themselves. I actually get that message a lot. And it wasn't my intention. It really wasn't. I'll be completely honest. That was not my intention. But that is something that people are getting, a positive thing they're getting, and that makes me all the happier about it.
100%. And everyone's their own. Everyone's their own. But yeah, I mean, before I go, you did the big lesson you taught me, and it really was massive. Is with Hogwarts, don't judge a book by its cover, because you know, I feel like while I've been talking to you, I know you're on a little bit more of a personal basis now, and my original thoughts on you were completely different, and it makes me. I'll apologise for the way I come across, because I wanted to understand, but yeah, I did judge you. And I wish I hadn't, but I will be very slow to do the same to somebody again. So thank you for that.
Well, and you know what? And the thing is, the feeling is mutual, because I assumed that you were just some douchey, good-looking guy, you know, and you're not. I mean, you're a good-looking guy, of course, but you're not this douchebag. You're not this like egotistical, narcissistic person. You actually go out there and you actually do things that benefit society and individuals and families and everything. And I mean, I can't respect you more for that. I mean, the fact that you'll actually put yourself out there and spend all your. Do you have a regular job?
Yeah, so that's not my job. I don't get paid for that. I do that for love.
Right.
I've got
that's what I want people to understand, is this is what you do in your free time, because you want to make the world a better place and you want to save children from your own experience. And I think that that's great. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you're doing more for society than I am. And I think that that's great. And I judged a book by its cover as well. So I apologize as well. I mean, what you do is awesome, you know, and I would have never thought that. I would have never thought that by looking at you. I just assumed, oh, this guy is a bully and he just thinks he's cool with all his tattoos and stuff. And, you know, and that's.
So before I do know, what you kind of won my heart in a massive way, because we were speaking about kids, and a part of this that you're doing with that is there's an Ofsted to it, is to the awareness and to get the point out there that you're not happy that kids have been put through this before they've had made a choice. And I'm the same as you. I mean, I have these little beliefs. I'll give an example for minor. I don't believe a baby girl should have her ears pierced just because it's the best time in their life, because their parents want them done. I believe that everybody should be allowed to have their own ears pierced when they feel ready to have their ears pierced, not to be looking good for your mum to feel like she has your ears. So, and at the same time, I believe the same with what you're saying. And if you've known that to be in the UK, it's not an issue really with kids dressing their youngers up as drags or prom queens and doing all this, and to that rate. I mean, there's even a few programs on in America where they're kind of doing that sort of thing. And if that's what you're making your awareness about, and that's a little section of it, you won my heart, because you're, in your own way, you're trying to protect kids, and which means that we're both doing the same job in a different way, and
True.
That's beautiful.
No, it's great. Yeah, we are. I am proud of what I do. I am. And people may not understand it. It might be a little more, it's more abstract than what you do. You're going down and you're actually hunting the child predators, where I'm trying to mold maybe the perception of society and the parents, really. Because I honestly think the things that I'm fighting are things that really heterosexual parents should be fighting. And in the same sense, if these kids were protected by their parents more, you wouldn't have to do what you're doing either. So I don't know. We're like you said, we're doing the same thing, but from different aspects, different angles. And I think I'm proud of me and I'm proud of what you do. And I think it's great. And I'm glad to know you because of it.
And I'm happy to know you. And I would like, once every couple of weeks, I'll jump up on a live. I like talking to you like this. I feel like we're more on a less surreal basis when we're talking like this. But I'll quite happily jump on Hogger every now and again. But I'll come up and then just have a bubble with you when we're up there and just have a laugh.
I would love it. I would. So, okay, Sheriff.
So basically, serious questions I'll save for your Billy Kitty act and
yeah,
or your Billy side and having a laugh and basically I'll see if I can get you cracking up on the stage. That'll be my change. I want to see how much I can get you because it made me laugh. Because when you booted me off and I jumped back on the live, so I couldn't see the comments then. So when you booted me off, I saw you lean back and you had this little laughter to yourself and. When your makeup's on, no one can really see what you're thinking, but your eyes give it away, and it made me chuckle a little bit because you found that funny when, even when Perfect Pete was up, I can still see your eyes going like that and thinking.
I try to be serious. I try to be serious, but I take it all as humor. It's all humor to me.
Yeah.
And so sometimes people say things, and I have to take a drink to sort of distract my laughter. But that, So I would love to have you on. We can get into this more. We could, once I really get into Kitty, I could have you on, and because a lot of people do watch Kitty. More conservative people who this topic would be very, they would really enjoy this topic. They really would.
Superb.
All right.
Superb. Well, listen, great talking tonight. I've enjoyed your company for half hour now. And I'll carry on watching you, mate. Well done.
Sure. So I know it's bedtime there, so have a good night.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you. Well, wasn't that lovely, people? Isn't he a great guy? Like, I really didn't know how great of a guy he was, really. For some of you who may not know, he joined, he was watching Hoggetha, and he was like, kind of like, what the hell is this? And so he'd been watching for a while, and then he wanted to come on and talk. So he didn't understand what we were doing, and he was kind of serious about it and not understanding it was really all kind of a joke. So we got to get to know each other, and when I learned what he does, he actually hunts pedophiles, like he's the pedophile hunter. I mean, how can you not respect that? How can you not respect that? Anyway, I love his accent too, but I really have to listen. I'm like, I mean, he we don't speak proper English in the United States, but he does. So, anyway, you guys, thanks for watching. Hi, Carol. So, that show was so funny. Oh, and he was on there when I was Hoggetha. I didn't expect this. He's a great guy, and it's funny. We all judge books by their cover. As in my Hoggetha character, I thought, oh, look at him, this good-looking guy, all his tattoos. And I'm like, I bet you work out too, don't you? You know what I mean? I was just kind of treating him like a misogynistic, patriarchy, toxic male. And he's not. He's a great guy. Okay, you guys. Well, I'm going to go. Me and Mark have to figure out dinner. We'll probably go out and eat. Or he is from London. He's a Londoner. Yes, Sonia. Carol, I remember your name. Okay, you guys. He's really hot. He's a handsome guy. He is. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for joining me. I did not intend for this. I was just going to do a little bit of makeup. That's it. But it turned into something else. And that's what I love. I kind of improvise on when I come on. So I do plan, you guys, I'm going to do Kitty more often. I am going to do Kitty more often. There's Sheriff right there. Thank you. Thanks for coming on. And thanks, Sheriff, I don't know if you've had this problem, but I've really kind of had problems being honest about my history and really sort of, and I think a lot of men do. I think a lot of men won't come forward and really share their experience with like sexual abuse. And I think more men need to do it. But I really appreciate you doing that. All right, you guys. I'll talk to you later. Bye.